All right, Margie, I have made you host, so and IT is will be posting that link, so we should be ready to go.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Good morning. Who's online?
Good morning, Art. Margie's here and Isaac has the live stream recording started.
Okay, good morning. Margie, I'm having some trouble. My computer seems to be asleep. Can you put the agenda up on a shared screen when we start?
Yep, sure can.
And you had been contemplating doing Miro activities for some of the introductory speakers. Can you tell me what exactly we agreed to?
So Jim Deshardines on the pre-application process, we have a chart for to sense from the larger group the sense of agreement or not. And then Ed Brolin sent me a note this morning on cost allocation that they hadn't had a chance to put together a New Mexico-based principle statement analogous to what Maryland did. So he asked if he could engage the larger group. So I have a blank whiteboard for him in case he wants to collect input that way.
Okay.
But yeah, those are the only two from the teams or the subgroup reports that we have prepared.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, it's for some reason I'm trying to open my Word. My Word isn't opening, probably because my computer's going through its morning ablations of security checks. So I don't know if you use Teams. It takes me 15 minutes to get on Microsoft Teams because it just takes so long. But this one shouldn't be that bad. Okay, I'll mute out and talk to you in a few.
Great, thanks.
Good morning, everybody. This is Arthur. It's 9:30. We're still getting participants, so we're going to give everybody a couple of minutes, and we'll start shortly. Today's magic number is 30, so as soon as we get 30 participants on, we'll start.
Good morning, Arthur.
Good morning, Commissioner. We're just giving everybody a couple of minutes.
Okay.
I don't know, it seems like a Monday, right? These
I know.
short weeks just kind of like, sneak up on you, and all of a sudden here it is Thursday. And for you, I'm sure it seems like a Wednesday, isn't today? You're having a business meeting? I was very
Yeah. Suddenly I've got like 3 Wednesdays in a week.
Oh.
So many meetings.
with that. Okay, thank you all for joining us. It's Arthur O'Donnell here with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, joined by Margie Tatro and Commissioner Hall. We appreciate your coming together again for the Interconnection Working Group. We have the agenda on the screen here, and I'll just walk through it. As per usual, we will be hearing updates from the subgroups, and we currently have 6 active subgroups. Not all of them really have anything new to report, but we will also be using the Miro whiteboard for a couple of these presentations, just to get a sense of agreement on some of the issues that rose in by the subgroup, and another one is to try something new, which is to work out a principle statement for cost allocation, and Ed Brolin's going to walk us through that with Margie's assistance. We've also been keeping in touch with the various groups on their activities and updates, and so you'll hear about dispute resolution, an interesting way of looking at the reconciliation of our 3 major models, which is the existing New Mexico Interconnection Manual, the Interstate Renewable Energy Council's Model Manual, and the FERC SGIP, and see where they align and see where they're different. And Matt Hagan from Excel is going to talk us through that. Also, one of the longer term issues is dealing with the standards. IEEE 1547 et al. Travis Dorr from Excel will just be kind of giving us an update on what their working group is coming up with. And I think that we're going to be looking at a possible timeline for implementation. And this is very important to the interconnection process because it essentially sets the standards for all devices that attach to the utility system, not just advanced inverters, but that's trying to keep New Mexico in line with the developments around the country. This is a very important aspect of that. And then we have a relatively new team, the manual revision team, which has just begun meeting. And their task will be, as we work through these component parts of the manual and reach agreement internally, then they're going to be piecing them together into a draft new manual that will then inform changes to the interconnection rule. So that's kind of the process that we're going through. And so we'll hear an update about that. We'll have a break and then come back and continue our discussion of the technical issues. Last time we met, we had proposals on the table from a group that largely represented solar developers and a group that largely represented the utilities. We found some gap in their positions, and we asked everybody to go back and make comments on the other party's proposal. And so we did receive a couple of comments on that. And today's activity will be trying to bring those two sides a little bit closer together to understand where they align, where they might be different, and what we can work on to try and kind of reach some kind of agreement within some of the terms of those issues. And Eric Martineau is going to be leading that discussion from 11:15 to 1:15. Then we'll have something like I wouldn't even call it a lunch break. If we happen to finish early, we'll give you more time at that point. But then, Margie, can you go down a little bit? Just, yeah, thank you. And then we come back with some housekeeping stuff. We're going to go through kind of what we see next in the process, right? We're moving into June, and June and July, we're really going to have to start cracking down on the revision process and how we're going to work that out. So we want to have a discussion about that. I also want to raise it right now, and we'll address it a little bit later on, is that we're reaching a kind of a capacity limit on our ability to send out information to the parties because so many people have signed up to be part of the working group. And so towards the end of the day, we're going to ask people to kind of sort yourselves into those that don't have the time or, because of your other things, to really get in there and roll up your sleeves and start working on these issues in subgroups and whatever happens down the line, but really need to want to follow it, right? So we currently have about 91 names on our distribution list, and that's just too many. We're getting bounce backs on emails. Not everybody's getting the notices. And we seem to have sorted ourselves into two groups. One are those people who have been very active in all the different subgroups and participating through questions and talking through these working sessions. And we want to make that into an ongoing, continuing group. And then folks that really just don't have the capacity to contribute in that way can still get all the information, but we'll have essentially two distribution lists, right? If that makes sense for everybody. I'm not shutting anyone out from the process. Even if to date you have not been active, but you feel that you really need to be in the last set of tasks, which are essentially the manual revision and the rule revision and doing editing on some of the subgroup documents, by all means, identify yourself for continuing participation on that. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Any questions? I'm hearing none. Commissioner Hall, is there anything that you'd like to say to the group?
I just wanted to say thank you so much for hanging in here with us, and to the people on the working groups that have been slogging through all this negotiation, if that's the word, through these weeks and devoting your personal time. Otherwise, we can't thank you enough. You're helping New Mexico move forward. And to the newer people who've signed in, we really welcome your interest and appreciate that you would even jump in midstream like this. And to the extent Arthur's described a scenario where we've gotten such a large list, I know it's a challenge for us to manage that and manage everybody's interest and participation. So to the extent, I just want to support what Arthur said. To the extent we can determine who's going to be doing what, we need to be able to do that. And everybody is welcome to listen in and make comments, individually to, Arthur, whoever, but the working groups have been working for quite some time, and they need to be able to move forward. And it makes sense to have two different lists of those people who really are just here to learn what you can from observing the process. That's what I try to do when I can, but my time is divided. So I just sign in and listen and observe and hope that our product will be what we need it to be. And I believe with the process going through the working groups, I believe it will be what we need it to be. So thanks again for everybody being here. And I look forward to hearing what's going on.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. And two important kind of ancillary developments at the last commission business meeting last week. Two new dockets were opened or processed. One is for a rulemaking into Community Solar Act implementation. And we know that many of the people that are working in this interconnection rulemaking also have a strong interest in the community solar developments and the rules that and policies that the commission will be adopting for that. So if you do not know, there's going to be a workshop on June 24th. And it's going to be a fairly extensive workshop facilitated in large part by our outside consultant Strategen to go over what's in the Community Solar Act, what issues that raises for the commission to deal with, aside from the things that are very prescriptive in the act. And we'll be talking about things like consumer protection and the interlocking features that we have to deal with here in interconnection that could affect community solar. So it may be that your interests lie in the community solar policies more than the generic interconnection policies. But again, I'm not shutting anybody out. I just want to funnel your interest and your time into what's most productive for you. So if you don't have a copy of the order establishing the workshop, as soon as we get an agenda, we'll send it out to this list. I believe that this list is incorporated in the overall service list for the community solar implementation, but just in case, we'll send it separately. And then the other is a separate rulemaking it just introduced, which is going to be leading towards a notice of proposed rulemaking for real revisions and updates to the Commission's integrated resource planning and power procurement processes. And Commissioner Hall is leading that effort, and there will be a workshop on June 21st. Won't be quite as extensive. Mostly it'll be discussing kind of how the staff has been dealing with possible revisions to the existing rule and what they might look like, and then opening it up for comments in a somewhat more traditional proceeding that will lead to a NOPR later on, hopefully this summer. So a lot of things going on here. There are interactions among them, and we want everybody to be informed. So this is one place where we'll at least give you updates on that stuff, because there is such an interlap. Any questions about that stuff? No, hearing none. Let's move into our agenda. And Jim Desjardins, who had led the pre-application review process group, which actually kind of reached pretty much of an agreement on major issues, as we heard 2 weeks ago. And Jim has a slight update, and I think we have a Miro exercise to go through. So good morning, Jim. You with us?
Yes. Good morning, Arthur. Good morning, everyone. Quite frankly, I don't really have an update. We haven't met since the last workshop, but I'm happy just to kind of review where we landed. And basically where we landed on the pre-application report was, first of all, we thought there should be a bifurcation for front of the meter and behind the meter. So because those are basically quite different in terms of what's included in the application report. In terms of costs, we thought that the front of the meter pre-application report should be $500. And for behind the meter, we felt that up to 1 megawatt would be $300 and over 1 megawatt would be $500. There was one person who was, and that's Adam Harper, who was not present at the final subgroup, that had a different idea in terms of what fees would be. He thought $0 for up to 100 kW and $300 for over 100 kW for behind the meter. It was also noted that presently, and this was, I believe, noted by all of the IOUs, that a lot of information that is in a pre-application report for smaller systems is often provided at no charge on an informal basis. So while there was a reluctance to commit to that formally, it was thought that that type of process could continue. We also went through the time frame of the pre-application reports, and again, there was a separation for front of the meter and behind the meter. It was felt that front of the meter reports would be require more time and be more extensive, and so those were given up to 15 business days. And then behind the meter, up to 1 megawatt was 10 business days, and over 1 megawatt was 15 business days. Adam Harper wanted to be on the record that he felt that, again, using 0 to 100 kW at 3 business days and over 100 kW at 8 business days. But again, the consensus in the final meeting was what I presented. And then finally, there was discussion about length of time for accuracy. And again, the consensus in the final meeting was that it was a snapshot in time, and that once the report was provided, that's it. It could literally change that day. Adam Harper wanted the information guaranteed for 24 hours. Otherwise, in the IREC pre-application language that we used as our framework or boilerplate or whatever, everything else we were in agreement with. And so we think that that would be a good, certainly a very good place to start. And that's basically my little summary. Thank you.
Okay, Margie, you have a couple of sticky notes on the screen in front of us. Can you explain what we're looking at there?
So yes, thanks. Thanks, Jim, for your leadership on this sub-team and the work done by the group. What you'll see, two things. In the Zoom chat, I have provided a link for everyone to be able to go directly into the Mural whiteboard that we will be using for today's discussions. And what I've got on my screen now, and I don't, let's see, let me just pause and give people a minute to click on the link. If you haven't used the Mural for our exercises before, let me just give you a couple of tips about using it, and we'll practice here on Jim's conversation. If you go up to, if you want to navigate around the whiteboard and zoom and unzoom and move around, there are some slider bars up by your name. There's a share button and some slider bars up and down that's called the settings bar. Go to the settings bar and click on that. And if you hit navigation mode, the system will ask you whether you're using a trackpad or a mouse. That will help you tremendously if you go to that navigation mode. I'm using a mouse, so I apply that, and now I can move around. And I don't know what you are seeing on the screen. So let me ask, what do you see? Do you see a frame that gives a table summarized?
Well, I had it, and then it became something else when I clicked on something. So I think that when people open up the link, that they will go to the frame that has essentially what you're showing on the Zoom screen now. So I'm going to try and do that again.
There are about 4 or 5 people that and you should see a table that essentially summarizes Jim's Jim was just. The 2 sticky notes are the alternatives that Adam Harper had asked be in the record, which we greatly appreciate. And the purpose of exercise today is to see what the larger view of this proposal is and put together. But the question is the large of this proposal, either the proposal or the alternative in the case of costs for pre-application reports, or this proposal in general. So
I am having a little bit of difficulty in that I'm seeing a
I take
sub-screen.
my dot and I like Adam. I can't, I'm sharing the screen, my screen, and so
Yeah.
sharing.
Yeah. Okay. What I'm seeing, Margie, is actually some of the stuff that we're going to be dealing with later on, Eric's questions, and I'm not seeing the pre-application thing. So let me see if I can get out of Miro, and we'll just deal with the Zoom screen for the moment.
Well, I gotta say, I think this is very cool. Margie, the bottom right has this little diagram that shows all in miniature, all the little pages. And then if you just use your fingers on your screen, you can scoot to each one of them. And whichever one you land on is highlighted. I don't quite understand the sticky note image business. It looks like that's a way to say something. Could you explain the sticky notes one more time?
Yeah, and I'm seeing just that the pre-application proposal has a number 9 attached to it. So if you have multiple things, it's number 9 on your list.
Well,
Yeah, Commissioner, as Margie
That's okay.
explained, the sticky notes are essentially the outlier proposals from Adam Harper.
Oh, I see.
Right, which was basically no cost for the smallest of interconnections and a much faster timeline for those same ones, essentially, creating a different kind of fast track process for the smallest of projects.
I see. Well, do whatever you think is most efficient, Arthur. Don't listen to me.
Okay. Margie, I seem to have lost you.
Arthur, this is Adam Harper with OE Solar. Can
Hey,
I just
Adam.
provide a little context to my notes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I was trying to raise my hand, but I couldn't find the button. So I apologize. So to kind of give a little context to where my notes came from, is that The reason or the purpose for the pre-application now is mainly for developers and large scale DER. But as we're seeing, and I believe that I was in the group that there was consensus that we see in the future, this could be much more prevalent for behind the meter applications. And I used the blackout zone or the red zone on the West Mesa that was in the news, that these residential customers go through a extensive amount of time, financial effort by choosing a contractor or a solar company, getting a fund, getting a loan processed, then submitting a application to then just find out that they're in a red zone. So for under 100 kW, and I really tried to also take into context New Mexico's landscape. We are made up of a significant amount of small mom and pop home businesses. And so as we see them to start to incorporate more renewable energy, they're typically going to be 100 kW or less. And that if they wanted to take a snapshot to see if this was even viable for them, that should probably be solidified at a zero cost to the utilities, because this is behind the meter. It's all readily available information that the utilities and the co-ops would need to be able to safely operate their distribution system. And that also hinted for the 24 hours of information being, correct. Because again, some of these larger businesses or developers that are going to be developing community solar farms or large scale utility grade farms, they're going to be in the middle of nowhere, on a major transmission line that it's not going to have a lot of saturation, but there should be some distinction between smaller players in the industry, as well as, behind the meter applications, and that the current application fee is $300 and it's 10 business days. And so to stay within the spirit of us trying to make this more streamlined, as well as more accessible or equity across the playing field, is that if we were going to give up more time, 15 days now, that we should claw back some of that time on the smaller side. And so that's where I came up with the 3 business days for the 100 kW or less, and then the 8 business days on the 100 kW and more for behind the meter. And that would extrapolate to the 5 extra days for in front of the meter that the utilities were requesting. That was more than what is our current regulation of 10 business days and $300 for applications, because that doesn't distinct between in front of the meter or behind the meter. And so that's just a little bit of context to how I came to that. And that's why I was thinking that. But again, like Jim mentioned, I was actually on the East Coast, so I wasn't able to attend the last meeting. So that's why I asked him to just put that in there. But that's my context, that's my reasoning, and I just wanted to hopefully clear that up for everyone.
Okay, thank you, Adam. I appreciate that. We of course run into is that feasible? Is that feasible? Especially you're talking about really rural, out there community applications that it just may be difficult for the utility to accommodate it in that time frame at no cost. Especially if we're talking about the rural co-ops, right? We always have to keep in mind. So I'm not gonna seek a level of agreement on this. I think that we do need to go through a process of getting agreement on the major proposals and seeing how people feel about the addendum proposals, because they're not incompatible. Let me put it that way. But we need to understand where people are. So Margie, I know that there's a process here where people actually kind of get to vote on this. Can you talk us through that before Kevin Craig talks?
Right.
Or maybe I'll let Kevin talk. Let me let Kevin talk first. Kevin?
Good.
Thanks, Arthur. I just wanted to add one piece of context to what Adam was saying in an example that's been used kind of within another utility in an adjacent state. In Colorado, Excel offers what they call just a transformer check. So it's significantly less robust than a full-on pre-screen, but it's basically just says, you know, is this residential transformer full? The need for a residential customer to upgrade the transformer likely kills the project for them if they're trying to put in, you know, 5-6 kW. And so that's something that they've offered outside of the rules, but I think it's something that's been extremely helpful for those residential customers in higher penetration areas, just to know whether it's worth moving forward or not. So just a little bit of additional context and something that's maybe a bit of a meet in the middle that I think has been really useful in another market.
Okay, great. Margie?
Great. So the purpose of this is to get a sense from people who are outside the sub-team of your level of interest in supporting these proposals. And so we can wait till we work this as part of the report. But the idea here, if you are on Miro, is to take a dot from the margin there in the right and put it either in the box where you support the proposal or you disagree with the team's proposal. We can do this by either show of hands in Zoom or by verbal comment or by comments later when the report is put together. But the idea, if anybody is on Miro now and wants to take a dot and put whether they support the proposal or the alternative or disagree with the proposal, this would be the place to do that. But Art, it seems like it may be a little awkward here. So if you're not ready to do that, we'll just move on to Ed Brolin.
Yeah, well, before we go, can I suggest that we have yet another column, which is there's kind of like agreeing with the team proposal, and then there's the Adam's addendums. So maybe another column would be if you agree or disagree with it, and we have it as disagree. Another column that essentially lets people vote on the addendum, on the sticky note
Perfect.
Addendums.
Yep,
Okay.
we can do that for next time.
Okay, great. Right, and I think that some of the people in chat have noted that they just seem to be in view only mode rather than being able to do anything. Let's not worry about that right now. I think that in a couple of weeks, we're going to devote an entire session to going through the various proposals with the Miro to try and work through them. And then we'll have all these kind of little technical things. Oh, that's because I wasn't connected. That's what the problem was. All right, I had lost connection. I didn't even realize it. Anyway, let's move on to Ed Brolin. Ed is in a different time zone, and I know that he had something else that he had to do. So, Ed, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Art. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, thanks very much, Art and Margie. And in terms of awkward and not being able to use the tool, I also am having issues with Miro. I'm view only here. But what we were hoping to do as part of the cost allocation alternatives group was get the larger group to give us some guidance so that we could come to an agreement around what we were referring to as a principle statement. For what we want to accomplish for New Mexico around the allocation of costs for interconnecting projects. So as I think I mentioned last time around, we have a document that we've created where we've taken a look at what has happened in various jurisdictions that are dealing with these issues, most notably Massachusetts and New York. Actually, I had to jump off of a Massachusetts DPU 2075 all-day technical conference today where they're talking about different types of paradigms for cost allocation. So there's some really interesting and exciting things happening in a couple different markets that we can leverage. But as we were meeting and we were talking through sort of the draft that had not only that information, but was also endeavoring to follow that the model of the California document where we come up with proposals that are either consensus or non-consensus, I'd started out just drafting some principles about what it is that we should be doing. And we pretty much came to a screeching halt because we couldn't really agree on those principles. So during the course of that conversation, Chris Worley, who was part of this subcommittee, suggested that we follow what has been going on in Maryland, where they established a principle statement that is guiding their sort of sub goals and the entire endeavor as they're looking at cost allocation solutions. And that's what's posted here in the Miro tool there, the Maryland example. Now, the Maryland example is based obviously on Maryland, and what Maryland has is an RPS. Now, we are not working under that paradigm here in New Mexico. So as Arthur and several of us talked a couple of weeks ago, we thought we might want to rather try to ground a principal statement for New Mexico, in the energy transition and the grid modernization. I also kind of feel like taking into account the community solar as well as sort of also being interrelated. But what we were hoping to do is use today's meeting and this tool, which unfortunately I can't get into because I'm in read-only mode. So I appreciate you for driving, Margie, to get a sense from the group of what would be the ideal cost allocation solution and the drivers behind it for New Mexico going forward. So that's sort of my long-winded preamble there.
Okay. Where was the lack of agreement? Was it in essentially crafting a principal statement? We had the model from Maryland, and I felt that it was pretty good, except for the reference to RPS as the framing.
Yeah.
Or are we really talking about kind of like trying to come up with a solution at this point?
So to clarify, the lack of agreement was really on our first substantive call, where I had sort of sketched out my vision of what some maybe tier 1 and tier 2 principles could be. But there's just sort of a fundamental lack of agreement on, should the focus be on, impacts to ratepayers? Should the focus be on enabling DG? And we really kind of got into the weeds. We haven't had an opportunity. We did a little bit via email, but frankly, with holidays and vacations, didn't really get very much since our last main meeting. But I feel like we can't get those sort of lower level principles sketched out until we can agree at a principle statement. So what I would love is for people just to provide their thoughts as to what should be the driving, what should be sort of our North Star as we're looking at different options around cost allocation.
Okay, I'm not a binary person. So when people give me a choice of either or, I always say, why not both? And, I'll just point to the Community Solar Act legislation, which has essentially a market transformation and enabling driver, but a significant and explicit restriction on cross-subsidization. And that seems to be how regulators get away with this stuff, right? So why not have, the idea here for cost allocation is to more equitably share upgrade costs depending on circumstance, keeping in mind impacts on ratepayers, right? Well, why can't we do it that way?
Yeah. For my part, and I'd love others' thoughts. That's kind of what we're hoping to get today. But for my part, I think we can, and I think that that's what we're seeing in that DPU 2075 meeting that I had to jump off of. The utilities were making various proposals on, for this type of an upgrade, it should be 100% on the developer. For this type of upgrade, it should be 100%, in the rate base. For this, it should be 63% and 27, or whatever it is. I'm bad at math. But I think that it can be a yes and type of a solution. I think that my perspective, and I think we're seeing a growing consensus in the industry, is that it's not just the cost causer who benefits. So it's not just beneficiary pays. We need to figure out the extent to which others are benefiting, whether that's the grid overall, whether it's ratepayers, whether it's the state and its entire citizenry because of a realization of greenhouse gas reduction goals, what have you. Obviously, the devil's in the details, and there is a lot of detail there, but I agree with you, Art. It's not a binary choice, I don't think. Okay.
Roberto has his hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to comment that a lot of the divide is it's one, it's trying to promote or put a statement that from another state, which many of us or most of us are not really familiar with. So definitely, the statements we've been pushing with what you just proposed, Art, which is the ratepayers in mind first and foremost. And I mean, it has been reluctant to really embrace that as the primary milestone or fundamental principle. But I think that that's where some of the divisions are stemming from. Other things are lack of really understanding how the other programs will play. I mean, for instance, community solar, we don't have a program yet, but nonetheless, it wants to be included here. Without the proper clarity and the full clarity as of the full aspects of what's going to cover all the different types of interconnections, we can include them until that is cleared out. That's our position, and that's why we're so hesitant to be so inclusive without clarity.
Anybody else? Just raise your hand. I see Zoe from SBS.
I'm just going to chime in and ask for a little clarification. The community solar rulemaking workshop was just noticed, and one of the issues that's going to be discussed in that workshop, that rulemaking workshop, is cost allocation. So I think we need a little bit of guidance. Are we addressing community solar cost allocation in this rulemaking? And Mr. Rowland said he wanted to kind of fold that in as well, or should we be reserving that for the other rulemaking? You know, I think I need a little bit of clarity there too.
Okay, I'll hold off until I hear from anybody else. Somebody else want to chime in? I can't see everybody at once. Okay. Two things. One is that there is interaction between this proceeding and the community solar. To a large degree, we're dealing with nuts and bolts of interconnection here. And the cost allocation came up because we didn't have another forum for it. So what I want to see really is not a determination of what the policy should be from this group's point of view, but what our options are. What are the options that are being explored in other states that seem to might be able to apply here? I think that Ed hinted that essentially it's going to come down to a case-by-case analysis of a project of, is this project providing some, for lack of a better term, system benefit for which it should get some kind of credit for the cost that may be necessary to accommodate it, and that credit comes in the form of socialization of the cost, whether it's socialization among a subset of customers that would benefit from it, or from all customers that benefit from it. I can't say what that's going to be per thing. What I really want to see from the group are ideas, right? So that the commission can determine how to apply those ideas. And then those ideas will get applied, right, depending on how the commission deals with them in the particular circumstances when there's an issue about interconnection cost. And that could happen within just the interconnection process, or it could apply to the policies that attach to community solar or some other level of development that we don't even think about right now. So I don't want people to get hung up on feeling that if we make statements now that we're forever cementing in a position, because that's not really how it's going to work. Really, what we want to know is what different ways of thinking about this exist out there, and how might they apply to interconnection generally. And since we have community solar staring at us in the face, what policies might migrate from this proceeding into community solar. So that's my general sense. Does that make sense at that level, right? Where I don't want to have us not be able to proceed because we don't have the final answer, right? I want us to be able to have the building blocks in place so that the commission can come up with the final answer on pretty much it's going to be a case-by-case basis.
So I'll say for my part, I think that that does make sense. I think it is moving away from this idea that we'll come up with this principal statement. And I feel like, you know, we should, and Art, Arthur, you conveyed this earlier, where we should, you know, look at all of the different use models and come up with potential solutions and recommendations based upon them. Like I said, we have been pulling together, you know, examples from other states that we can leverage. But maybe, you know, my hope for what we might accomplish in this session, it was misguided. And what we should in fact do is go back to just like, let's not talk about the principles. Let's talk about the specific scenarios, and each stakeholder in the subcommittee can put forth what they believe is a potential solution, and we can figure out what are consensus items, what are non-consensus items, but lay it all out there for the benefit of the commission.
Okay, you know, I personally, I think that a mission statement or statement of principle could be a good tool, but if it's getting to be a hang up, then let's just go past it.
All right, we'll take another bite at the apple in the subcommittee and continue that work of identifying all of the various scenarios and potential solutions to them.
Okay, I'm torn here. Commissioner Hall is on the call, and I know that she's very interested in hearing alternatives to the current cost allocation paradigm. Commissioner, without pinning yourself down, do you have any thoughts on what you're hearing? If you're here, I know that you're trying to do three things at once.
Well, yes, I guess I do. I mean, I guess my concept going in was that in this rule, we would be establishing, you know, the direction that's required for interconnections. And to the extent they involve costs, we'd be covering that type of cost allocation in this rule. I guess personally, I see the community solar bill and requirements and rulemaking that's commencing to be kind of to the extent that involves interconnection and overlaps with this rule, I sort of see it as a subset. It's like a category. It's, you know, although community solar projects will vary in size and design, it's just another subset of, you know, entity that needs to get interconnected. So I don't really see why it's that would be that is not, in my opinion, the appropriate rulemaking in which to address the cost allocation issues. I think this one is. But you know, that's just my opinion. I'm not directing the path. The whole reason we're having this process is to have consensus among the parties. So, but that would be my take on it.
Okay, and that kind of fits with my original thought, which is that we're going to be establishing policies here that are going to be applied in other instances. So what I'd like to do is to ask this group to go back and really kind of take to heart that really what we're laying out is a menu of options and how they're used, right? How we might use them, and not worry too much about how it's going to get applied yet, right? You can think about that because that's going to formulate, you know, kind of like the examples that you might give as to when this might work. But to really get at the heart of, are there times when ratepayers at large or a subgroup of ratepayers or developers as a whole should be paying for the upgrades rather than the individual customer who triggers the need for the upgrade? That's really what it comes down to, and trying to understand what the various options are and when they might apply, right? So can you go back with that, Ed and Roberto and Zoe, and kind of maybe use that as your framework?
I think we can, and I think again, informed by the experience of other states that have been dealing with these issues, and I think there are some really great learnings that we can leverage here in New Mexico. But yeah, I think we can do that. I think we've already put pen to paper on a decent amount of that. But let's just endeavor to, maybe we can come up with an overarching statement, maybe we can't, but if we can't, we can still forge ahead and try to get to what you, Arthur, and Commissioner just conveyed.
Okay. Now, rather than trying to have a fully blown document, next time we meet in 2 weeks, do you think that you can come back with a list and a list of here are the different options, here's where they're being used, and I mean just really basically bullet points that we could talk through?
Yeah, and I think that would be really helpful because that'll help us to hone in on the things that we want to focus on here in New Mexico. So yeah, we will definitely do that with a bulleted list and provide voiceover on it, and then we can figure out where we really want to focus our efforts going forward.
Great. Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in now? Commissioner? Okay.
So Arthur?
Yeah,
I just want to say I'm going to have to sign off pretty soon because I have another meeting at 11 I have to get ready for. So I regret leaving this. This is really interesting, but I'll be here next week.
Okay. Well, we're moving on to another issue, which is
Okay.
not nearly so contentious.
Okay.
All right.
Good.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank
You,
you.
Ed. Thank you, Roberto. Thank you, Zoe. What's up next is Matt Hagan from Excel talking about updates to dispute resolution consideration. And I think basically Matt was taking this on and was using what's happening in other states as models and had, put all the groundwork together. So what's going on, Matt?
Yeah, so we subgroup met yesterday. Myself, Lisa Matson, and Jim Destarjanes. And we came to a recommendation. We looked at the current rules, which I'll share my screen here. The current rules, which are pretty high level and vague, and not particularly helpful in resolving disputes. Here's the current process right now. And I gathered the data from the procedures in SGIP and FERC SGIP, the IREC models, and the other states, Colorado and Minnesota, and to our, I guess, convenience, and Minnesota kind of followed the IREC model and Colorado kind of follows the SGIP model. So I was able to find some people to get some feedback on how their processes are going. So had some feedback from the industry and on like their experiences in these processes and that sort of thing. So with that, we talked about that in our group, and we're kind of landing in kind of a middle ground between SGIP and FERC, SGIP and IREC. That SGIP was still a little bit vague and less structured, and IREC was more structured but kind of time intensive and takes a long time. So we kind of landed on a middle ground in between those. So our recommendation here is this first line here we kept from the existing rule, so just left that in there. And most of the other states' rules and interconnection procedures had something similar to this as their first line in their process. After that, in the event of a dispute, either party shall provide the other party with a written notice of dispute, and that was pretty consistent between all of the procedures. And the non-disputing party acknowledges within three business days and identifies a representative with the authority to make decisions for the non-disputing party with respect to the dispute. So that was pretty consistent between all the procedures. One thing that we added, an issue that Lisa brought up, a potential issue, is that there's been some experiences in the past where developers kind of dispute have multiple disputes on a single application, a single project, and they do them sequentially, not all at the same time. So if there's multiple upgrades required, they will dispute one upgrade and come to a resolution on that. Then they'll dispute another upgrade and come to a resolution on that. And it kind of really drags out the process, especially for those that are on hold, waiting to go into study behind that project. So we put this item in there to kind of an attempt to combat that, but we're welcome to suggestions to modify this. So it reads, any disputes related to the results of a feasibility study, system impact study, or facility study shall be identified and provided together to be reviewed in a single resolution effort. So that way, like when they have all the information available to them, they will dispute all of those issues at the same time rather than sequentially. So, so that's the main, I guess, variance from the other procedures that we added to this. After that, getting into the timelines, this was actually some feedback that I got from Minnesota that it need to make it clear what timelines are for what kind of disputes. Like timeline related disputes usually don't take as long to resolve and shouldn't really take 20 business days to resolve. So 8 business days is more reasonable. I think that's what IREC model suggests. So that's basically 1 week after the 3 business days of acknowledging the dispute. So that's 8 business days for timeline related disputes, and then 20 business days for all other disputes. So that's including technical disputes after receipt of the notice. And parties may, upon mutual agreement, seek resolution after those timelines, seek resolution through the assistance of a dispute resolution service. And we went back and forth on this in the group a lot. And some of the other procedures, other states' rules, they have an agency that helps them, or an organization like a consumer affairs office or an ombudsperson. But we didn't want to kind of, how do I say, absorb that responsibility of that cost, I guess, of that service. So Minnesota, they have that consumer affairs office, but they don't usually get that involved in the dispute resolution process. They are more now, but Colorado doesn't have that. New York doesn't have that, and they've been able to resolve their issues without it. So, but there are, like Jim identified, there are dispute resolution services, like nationally independent resources to go to for to assist parties with resolving disputes, and kind of selecting the venues of mediation or neutral evaluation or technical experts. And that was another feedback that we got from Minnesota, that sometimes for technical disputes, having different technical experts can kind of yield inconsistent results. Like they'll have different opinions on things. So we, like California is also seeing that. Apparently they're moving to like having a panel of experts, but again, we don't want to like absorb the cost of like having that panel like on retainer or anything like that. So kind of our recommendation to have multiple experts, to have multiple experts to get a little bit more consistency in those mediations and evaluations. And last part of this, each party will be responsible for 1/2 of the cost paid to the neutral parties. That's consistent with all of the other states' rules and IREC and SDRIP as well, I think. So, and the last one here, if the dispute remains unresolved after 30 business days, either party may petition the commission to handle the dispute as a formal complaint, or may exercise whatever rights and remedies it may have in equity or law. And that was pretty consistent with the other rules too. I think IREC had a longer process. Like I forget what they had. Maybe I can see it here. May continue negotiations for additional 20 days. But yeah, they have the 30 days requirement there too. So, but not to drag it out too long is the objective there. So,
great. And I'm going to commend you guys on a succinct proposal that at least makes sense and logical sense and looks to be an improvement over our existing non-policy, which is actually kind of like E, right? Is that somehow the commission has to deal with it, and the commission doesn't have the resources to deal with it. So I take it that all the other slides here are the ancillary backup information of where some of this was drawn from the other models. Okay, we don't have to go into that. I want to thank you for this. I think that I'm going to open it up just for 5 minutes. If anybody have any initial thoughts about this, and then we'll give people the opportunity to send us thoughts, counter proposals, nudges, minor edits that they think would be appropriate. And we may be able to kind of like, agree on this in the next couple of weeks and then set it aside for incorporation into the manual. I think that it really does what I was hoping to see out of you guys. So thank you very much. So anybody have a comment?
Yeah, Arthur, I just had a quick comment and just kind of piggybacking off of what you said, that, I think what we have here is a structured formal process that's not overburdensome, but is a huge improvement over what we have now, which is really nothing. So, I think it's a really good piece of work.
Yeah, and I'll just observe that, kind of like the goal of dispute resolution is to not have to resort to the last resort, right? And it looks to me like getting people to agree on what the issues are is always the first step, right? So you've got that in here, and that actually resolves things, because so many disputes are really misunderstandings, right? So by having this laid out, you're going to minimize the things that go on. You're going to have this bundling together, I think, is a really good idea. I agree with you. We don't want a process that holds up everybody else, right? And the alternative then would be to take that project out of the queue until it's dealt with and then stick it back in the queue. And I don't think that anybody would be very happy about that kind of outcome. And then finally, having timelines here, I think is really good, because it does put everybody on notice that these things should not linger. There's no reason for them to linger. Then that it makes everybody put in a better mood to agree. So I think that this makes a whole lot of sense, but am willing to take statements, proposals, counter proposals, possible edits that we can resolve in the bigger group. And we'll put that on our list of things. We'll send this out to people so that they can look at it and kind of, just, and it doesn't have to be major comments, right? It could be an email, it could be just like a one-pager on what you think about it, just so that we get a sense. We'll throw this up for a Miro vote later on, but not today, when we kind of get through any possible edits, okay? Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, anybody else want to weigh in on this?
So Art, it's Margie. I also wanted to thank Matt and the team for posting this in their folder on the OneDrive site under dispute resolution. So if anybody wants to go there to look at it, that's the place to go for immediate access.
Okay. So that I don't forget, Margie, we have 2 action items so far. One is that the dispute, the cost allocation group next time is going to come back with essentially a bullet list of the options that are, possible, right? We're not saying yes, we're not saying no, we're just looking at possibilities, and that we're going to ask people for comments on this particular recommendation so that we have it in hand for the next meeting.
Perfect.
Great. Matt, group, thank you very much. We seem to be on time. The next is Matt again, talking about reconciliation of the various models. And I think that there's something that you want to show us on the screen. Is that right?
Yeah, it's not very clean yet. We're not very far along with it. The last week, week and a half, we kind of had a short week with Memorial Day weekend, but me and Olga Lavrova have been working on this, and we spent a good deal of time just kind of trying to figure out the format that we want to kind of track this and analyze this. So we got the format together of like how we're going to kind of compare these different items, and I can quick share it here, but it's really incomplete at this point. And also trying to decide like how detailed do we want to go, what kind of data should we be, or items should we be comparing between these two, because we don't want to go into these like word for word, like reconciling between the three, the manual, SCHIP, and IREC. So kind of want to keep it high level and looking at like specific data requirements and things like that and basic structures. So like I started looking at the screen criteria down here, like how does the screening criteria compare? So like for example, the aggregate generation should be less than 15% of the line section peak load. That screen that's in the manual right now, like that same screen is also in SCHIP and also in IREC. So that's kind of the approach that we're going at. And this one here, aggregate generation on shared secondary should be less than 65% of the service transformer nameplate. That's the same thing in IREC. In SCHIP, they say should be less than 20 kilowatts on shared secondary. So minor differences like that. So initially, like looking just based off the screening criteria is pretty similar, but we're getting into more details. I haven't gotten very far on this, and Olga made a few contributions here, but we haven't had a chance to discuss what do I say? Not redline, but I guess QA, QC each other on these. So, but yeah, that's the basic format that we're kind of looking at, and we're trying to keep it high level, not have it be too burdensome of a task for us. So, but that's the direction that we're going. Hopefully me and Olga will have a little bit more to share next time. And like even this spreadsheet can get a little bit, I expect it's going to get a little overwhelming. It's getting a little hairy already. So we'll probably summarize our findings in a brief PowerPoint or something like that. So.
Okay, thank you. It looks like a useful tool to me. 2 things I think that we talked about was I'd like to see another column, which is essentially this group's resolution of those. For instance, the pre-application, right? Right now, you don't have anything in the pre-application. You don't have to go through that process because other people have done that for you, right? And then you can have a column that says, see proposal from the pre-application review group, right? And how we resolve that. I will point out, and it just seems to me that we're going to have a discussion about it later on in the technical things, but the 15% screen is still problematic to me in that people misunderstand it and maybe misapply it. And so we really want to get a good understanding of why that's in there. And honest, Matt, to me, it's an arbitrary figure that doesn't have much relevance anymore. I'm open to argument about that. But really, I thought that the FERC SGIP had a couple of different alternatives as to when the trigger for additional studies was necessary. So can we make sure that you at least have that in there and that we're not missing it? We
Yeah.
are going to talk about that later on.
Yep, I will add that column. Thanks.
Okay, yeah. I'll just point out to everybody that that is essentially what Commissioner Hall cares about. Figuring out how to not allow the 15% threshold screening to be the impediment to development, right? Because that's how it's being perceived, and we want to find alternatives to that. Okay, great. Thank you, Matt and Olga. I didn't see you on the call, but thanks for your effort on this. Do you need help? That's the thing, is that could you use an extra hand? Could you use somebody to help review that? We can seek a volunteer at this point or later on.
Yeah, we could use some help with reconciling between the three. Like me and Olga kind of split at 50-50 right now, but yeah, that's even going to be a big lift for us. So if we could get one or two more volunteers, it'd help the turnaround time, I guess.
Okay, not to lean on people that have already kind of volunteered for a bunch of other things. Is there anybody here that has not heretofore been on a subgroup that feels that this is an issue that you can contribute to and would like to join Matt and Olga in filling out this template and figuring out how to make it useful as a tool? I see William Pollard has his hand raised.
Yeah, I'd like to help with this one.
Okay. Do you go by William or Bill?
I go by Ty.
Ty. Oh, it's Ty Pollard. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Is there anybody that's not affiliated with the utility that can also help?
Arthur, I'm kind of freed up from the other two groups, so I'd be happy to volunteer. This is Jim Desjardins.
Yeah, but Jim, we have a lot of work for you in the community solar proceeding. I appreciate your effort, but let me see if there's somebody else, right?
Sure.
You've been very effective. I mean, that's the thing, is that you've been effective. You've done your thing and move on.
Okay.
Anybody else? Going once? Going twice? Okay, Jim, it's up to you. You and Ty will make sure that you have a way to get in touch with Matt and Olga, and then proceed, and we'll look forward to a more filled out version next time.
Sounds great.
Jim. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Ty. And
Yeah.
Olga had a conflict. I don't think she's on the call today. She had a conference, but I'll get her in the loop.
Okay. Thank you again. Okay, moving on. Travis Dorr, IEEE 1547. I think that we were looking at a potential timeline.
Yes, sir. Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. Is it cold where you are, or you just get a haircut?
Oh, it's a little chilly. I am bald and I create.
Oh my goodness.
So this is for everybody's benefit.
Yeah.
So I don't blind everybody. So let's see. I'm just sharing my screen. Are you able to see it?
Yes.
Okay, good. So let's start there. Good morning, everyone. My name is Travis Dorr, and I work for Xcel Energy's DER integration team. Going to be talking about IEEE 1547, 2018. There's a subgroup that I'm working with. This subgroup includes Roberto, Steven, Satish, and Tayoko. Their knowledge and experience has proven to be invaluable for the subgroup, and we are all very fortunate to have them on the subgroup. The subgroup met about 2 weeks ago to discuss a proposal to bring to the commission about how to incorporate IEEE 1547 2018
and the UL 1741 standards and appendices. And I am here today to present notes from that meeting and then hopefully have some time for discussion. So the proposal should include a timeline for requiring advanced inverter capabilities for autonomous functions. So to give some context, we have 3 levels of advanced inverter functionality. There's autonomous, communication, and control functions. We plan to limit the scope of our proposal to autonomous functions for now, and then the second phase of the NOI process will get into communications and control issues. So we considered the following action items for the discussion. We wanted to determine which autonomous functions of advanced inverters should be included in our proposal. We wanted to develop a timeline for when those functions will be required. So for example, all new interconnected devices need to be certified by a certain date, and then also want to provide reliable references to support our overall roadmap. So the discussion was focused on these 4 requirements shown here on this slide. This is from NREL. They basically provided highlights of the 2018 standard. And so I'm just gonna provide some notes that are just really chronologically, you know, in order of the discussion. I haven't organized these into a presentation, but I will. So let's just start with that. So we were first discussing behind the meter customers, and you know, wanted to talk about what should be required of these 4 bullets here of various customers. So we started with behind the meter, and we agreed that behind the meter customers should be required for the first and third bullets. So that's shall be capable of actively regulating voltage and shall ride through abnormal voltage / frequency, with emphasis on that third bullet. We believe that primary connected customers or primary metered customers should be required the first 3 bullets. So that's gonna be capable of actively regulating voltage, capable of frequency response, and then ride through. So when it comes to inertial response, that 4th bullet, it should be, you know, optional for now, just like it shows in the standard that it may provide inertial response, but eventually we might want to consider requiring that the customer provides inertial response. That's way down the line. So, you know, recommendations are going to come back to us after putting this out there, and you know, we're going to need to be ready to make changes to have better coordination between the utilities and the customers. We also discussed IEEE P2800, which provides technical and performance requirements for integrating DER to the bulk power system. In other words, the transmission and sub-transmission, but are not BES resources. And so we will need to coordinate with this standard, and NERC gives some perspective on understanding the purpose of that standard, the IEEE P2800. So when discussing this 4th bullet here, the inertial response, we just want to keep in mind that this is for future service, it's for batteries. So let's not focus on it too much. We discussed how a single phase inverter is very limited for providing voltage support. 3-phase inverters have much more capability for voltage support. And, you know, we have a lot of questions in these notes, so I'm just gonna, I didn't sum up a bunch of questions at the end. We just kind of ask them along the way. But these are questions that I think will hopefully stimulate discussion, like related to what I just said about voltage support. We're wondering how much aggregation of single phase inverters would have a single significant frequency response or voltage support. So frequency response is definitely enabled for category 3, but maybe category 2 as well. And just to give you some context down here, there's some subnotes that kind of relate to the 4 bullets. There's basically 3 different categories that we're needing to consider, and I'll go into those a bit more here in a moment. So when it comes to implementation, right, we're looking for a timeline. Well, it's kind of tough right now because there's issues with revising UL 1741 SB. And SB just means it's Appendix B of 1741. issues with revising that is causing delay of the revision. I believe it was scheduled to be released in, or the revision was going to be released in January 2022, but it looks like it won't be revised until at least March of 2022. And I would like to discuss that further if we have more time later. So basically what we need to do for homework is ask this question: are we okay with the categories presented here in 2018? You know, we're wanting to do some homework that is related to the categories, and in that we want to, you know, understand what's really being asked here. When they're saying be capable of actively regulating voltage, that really just means more reactive power for the utilities to utilize. And so, you know, everything we need is in this standard, but we need to understand the categories. When it comes to a timeline, we agreed that by the end of 2022 is a reasonable date to pick. So what we want to do is standardize to these categories and not piecemeal. And we want to answer the question, what is our primary reason for adopting these standards? When we go to put out that timeline to the customers, they're going to be asking why we even want to adopt this in the first place. And so we got to be able to explain that clearly and thoroughly, easy to understand, be transparent as possible with why are we adopting this 2018 standard in the 1741 standard and appendices. You know, how would we want to actively regulate voltage? Like, for example, when it says regulating voltage, what does that mean? Does it mean volt var or other methods? So, you know, right now we are not ready to implement. We need the distribution groups to become knowledgeable to make critical decisions of how this will affect the grid. As substations are penetrated, utilities may change how the voltage is actively regulating. So we have to be ready to be kind of fluid with changing. An example is the seasons. So loads significantly drop in the winter, and we may not want to be regulating the voltage, but in the summer, we may depend heavily on voltage regulation. So pretty much the most important of these 4 requirements is that third bullet, the ride through. That's where we were seeing issues like in California and I think on the East Coast. So basically the West and East Coast is we were seeing issues with tripping on abnormal voltage and frequency rather than ride through. So we just want to make sure we present the standard to the utilities as not just looking at benefits on the primary, but on the secondary as well, because of saving money on secondary upgrades by requiring certification under mutual consent. So that's going to hopefully help pitch to the customers. So we don't need voltage regulation, but these inverters do provide hosting capacity and act as voltage regulators, which will simplify distribution circuits. So that will hopefully also help sell requiring this standard. We don't want to wait 5 years and wish we could have started these requirements sooner. So, you know, hindsight's 2020, and we're trying to think of issues that could happen a decade from now. The nice thing about this standard is that it allows secondary customers to regulate their own voltage. And we want to plan on 2 to 5 years after starting these requirements, or after requiring these, we want to have these shall be capable rules being used significantly. And I'm almost done with the notes, and then I'll have action items. So one thing we wanted to find out is who is the transmission authority in New Mexico. We believe El Paso has their own, and then PNM has their own, but we just wanted to involve transmission authorities in the discussion. And we wanted to determine compliance with 2018, right? Like, how do you comply? And for that, we look at the UL 1741 testing requirements. Okay, so those were the notes. And then action items include, the first one was being ready to discuss today. We just want to focus on this.
Got that one down.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, you got a new slide?
Oh, sorry, what was that, Arthur?
Do you have another slide?
Oh,
No.
Oh, no, no. I just wanted to focus on this slide. There are a lot of other slides, but for now, just wanted to keep it high level. And I could send these out. I can attach these in the OneDrive if you want me to
Yeah,
provide
that'd be
the
great.
action items. Yeah, I'll do that.
That'd be
Thank
great.
you. Okay, so yeah, the first action item was just being ready to discuss this. We wanted to also meet with Sandia. It'd be good to talk with the Sandia experts just to, we just want to keep in mind that we're working on this for utility engineers. We just want to talk about the different categories that New Mexico needs. Like if it's category 2 that New Mexico needs. So plenty of homework that we have for understanding the categories and what transmission settings we would recommend. So, for instance, how do we treat residentials? Do we consider them category 2 or category 3? The large ones are pretty easy to determine. We believe they must be category 2, or sorry, category 3. And, should we define residential as category 2? That seems to be where we're leaning. And, would the utilities all feel like they're category 3? And we might want to look at the NERC guidelines because those actually might just dictate how we categorize. And category 2 is good because it provides the right through benefits. We also want to find the voltage and frequency settings that we would want, and yeah, just want to determine what categories we would want for our utilities.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate this. It is boiling down a lot of information into a useful flow chart. And just a couple of quick questions. Essentially the ride through and some of these other frequency response, the reactive power controls. Isn't it true that inverters that are available on the market now already have these capabilities baked in? All you have to do is create the settings and the bands that to activate them.
It is just now starting to hit the market. So you're asking about the inverters right now being certified IEEE 1547 2018.
Not being certified, but have the capabilities there, right? That they don't have to be added in; they just have to be defined.
I wouldn't bet on it. If they're certified to 2018, then they would have these sort of functions. But yeah, I just wanted to give a timeline. Also provided by NREL. This was provided, I think, last year. But so I think that there's been some delays since this was made.
Okay.
But it's looking like when it comes to seeing it on the market, right? What we're seeing is starting basically this year, just starting to finally trickle in. And even then you got to expect some hiccups. So does that kind of answer your question? You're asking about existing inverters out there having these sort of capabilities, and
yeah, I mean, we always told everybody in California, well, they already have this stuff in it. We just have to activate it. So maybe we were wrong. But it was one of our selling
Hi,
points. Who's this? Adam?
This is Tayoko.
Oh, Tayoko. Hi.
Yeah, let me just explain. There's a good chart on the NERC document that shows the status. All of the inverters now are compliant with the requirements in California and Hawaii, which do have some of those features. It was part of phase 1, which is listed in that chart. I can't get my hands on that right now, but that was in one of the handouts that you had given on smart inverter features, and it does have those limited capabilities now that serve some of these, and that's in the chart that you're showing there, Travis. It's the 1547A 2014, which has that may ride through voltage. Those functions are in the current inverters today that have to comply with California and Hawaii. So
That sounds right.
answer to your
Okay,
question is
great.
right. And we have had situations here in New Mexico where there's been some very irregular conditions, and we have activated some of those features that have helped at the end of feeder lines.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tayoko. I see 3 hands. So I'm just going to go in order. Roberto?
I was just gonna say what Tayoko mentioned. All of them comply with 1547 2014, which is a May, and they do have the capability. But some inverters, and I'm not sure if I mean that will apply to all of them. They do have the choice not to participate in certain markets and have them off. So that's why we think they're all capable, but we're not 100% sure. Once the 1547 well, it's already approved, but the 1741 new standard is approved, like Travis mentioned, then all of them will be capable, and we'll have those settings as default settings as well.
Okay, great. And Adam?
Yeah, I was just going to kind of echo what Tayoko mentioned, that being that I've installed multiple systems across all New Mexico markets over the last 12 years, these functionalities have been in every single inverter that I've installed. So I agreed that this 2018 certification is just coming online, but to go back to what you'd mentioned previously, this functionality has been around for quite some time.
Right. Okay. Satish?
Thanks, Art. Just want to comment that I agree. The functionalities have been around for a long time. And in some cases, particularly California, Hawaii, there are instances of actually using them. But a recent experience, when you start talking about larger systems in the megawatt range, and when you ask about, say, inertial response because there is a battery, people are, or the vendor says, give me a precise use case. Yes, I can do it, but give me a precise use case. And the other side of the coin is people ask questions that for frequency response and inertial response, is there any kind of compensation? So there was a good discussion when a minute ago that if a behind the meter inverter can do some voltage regulation, that's a community benefit there and may make integration simpler or hosting capacity higher. And that's the reason to require it. The other extreme end is if I'm going to really provide inertial response or serious frequency regulation, then there are systems where that is a grid service. And it gets into compensation and prices and so on.
Right.
So I think it's a little fluid is my point. Yeah, at the technology level, it's there.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll just observe that what I'm hearing is that there's nothing that can't be done on this front, and that really the entire industry is moving online, and we want Mexico to be right in line with everybody else. And secondarily, those issues, those market issues, right? We can't resolve them right now. We can build a system that is capable of doing that, but we have to create the whole framework of policies for compensation and control, and that's next year for that. And I'll just point out, Steve Rimsha said that UL 1741 SA that meets Hawaii, California, IEEE will be certified to SB, which is being updated to fill in testing gaps, and that these inverters hopefully will be on the market by spring 2022, which kind of fits in the timeline. I appreciate the discussion that that Travis provided in terms of setting a realistic goal for when this stuff can be implemented. And that's really what I hope for. The second thing that I'll point out is that I don't envision the policy to be that we require a massive change out of existing inverters, that a requirement for these new functions on inverters would go into place as of a certain date, and then all new installations would have that. And as old inverters get changed out to address new capabilities like adding storage, or just because their lifespan is actually relatively short, that they would then be required to have these capabilities, right? And really then the issue for us is determining what the bands of capability are. But I appreciate this, and I think that we'll thank Travis and the group and continue on this. Let me know what you think the big group needs to talk about, right? I'd like people to mull this over, and if it is in the OneDrive, to look it through. There is an awful lot of technical documentation all around the country from all the national labs on implementation of these things. And what I'm appreciating here is that you're keeping in mind what's appropriate for New Mexico, and are there any special considerations that we have to take into account to meet New Mexico's market demands. Okay. We are a little bit past time, 5 minutes after 11. We had one more group, but I didn't anticipate anything in particular from the manual revision team, which is, consists of Tayoko and Ed Brolin and Kyle Riddell and Roberto Favela. Did you have anything to say at this time? Because I really actually thought that, oh, I see a tool. Ooh, a tool. Who's going to speak to this?
So it's Margie. I've offered to facilitate, but does somebody else from the group want to, they'll have this Tayoko, Roberto, Ed, Kyle, or Matt, or Abbas. Do any of you want to speak to what we're working on?
Margie, you want me to chime in?
I'll give a quick summary then, Art, and the rest of the group. So we put together a chart that essentially is an outline of the IREC model, envisioning that be our starting point for the New Mexico manual. And we've listed those things that are being worked on already by other groups. So there's, I won't go into the detail, but we have a 2-page outline essentially of the parts of the IREC model and what things are currently being worked on. So also Abbas is leading a team that's working on definitions and glossary. So work in progress, nothing specific to report at this point, but this might help us know where there's opportunities for continued work. And if we have people on the phone that want to get involved in something that's not being worked on, we can go to this to look at where we need to focus some energy.
Okay, great, thank you. And you know, I'll just repeat for everybody that we are using the IREC model as a structure that does not preclude any recommendations for keeping what's in New Mexico's manual if it's really appropriate, or looking to other sources like FERC SGIP that might not be covered. I mean, it was my understanding the IREC took SGIP into consideration, but even the IREC model is a couple of years old now and doesn't cover everything. So we're going to work, the way that we're working this is that we've broken out, as you can see, the yeses in the second column are components that are being worked on separately, and we'll try and, you know, reach accommodation on those and then insert them into the model and start identifying where things have not been addressed, right? A lot of the general provision stuff are what we're talking about in the technical aspects of it, so that we have a pretty good sense of a structure that can then be filled in. And then we'll be looking for this group and maybe some other volunteers to help with the areas that have not been addressed. And a lot of this is wordsmithing. Some of it can be taken from the existing manual. Some of it can be taken from the other models. And I think that this is where the reconciliation project that Travis and Matt and Olga are working on will be very useful, because that will also help identify kind of where things align. And then we can start using these tools to start making decisions about where we want to go and what we want to recommend to the commission. So,
And also Art, where the holes are, I think
that's right.
very useful.
We need holes.
Yeah.
Okay, Satish, you still have your hand up. Was there something else? If not, please take your hand down. And we will go into a break. I'm actually going to make an executive decision here and break until 11:30. We covered an awful lot of ground. I know my head is spinning with stuff, but we'll come back at 11:30 and Eric will resume. And so kind of like if we have to push the schedule out a little bit, we have the time to do it. So we'll see you all in 20 minutes. Okay, everybody, I see 11:30. I'd like to get back on track here. Before I turn it over to Eric, I just want to raise what's proving to be a difficult issue. And it again goes back to the interaction between the interconnection rule updates and the policies that will be coming out of this and the community solar. And what we're seeing is that developers, would-be developers, want to put in an application for potential community solar project interconnections before we have the rules, which poses a problem. We can't accelerate what we're doing. We're moving as fast as we can given the resources that the commission has and the process that we've laid out. The circumstance is that the commission has not suspended or undone or done anything to the existing interconnection rule and manual. It is still in effect. That means that there is still the potential for people to make applications under the existing rules, and the utilities will process them as they always have, right? That bears some risk, right? It bears two risks. One is that that the rules and policies that we create here would possibly be more beneficial in the future, but they won't attach to applications already in process. Now, the commission hasn't made that decision, but that's the way it looks to me. The second risk is essentially that some developers may believe that by having an application for interconnection in and being assigned a place in an interconnection queue gives them some sort of leg up on having their community solar or other projects considered when those policies are put into a place in April of next year. And that is absolutely not true, because there are separate issues in terms of what kind of projects would get selected by utilities that we're not going to deal with here, that are going to be worked out in the community solar rulemaking. So our instructions to the utilities has basically been that you can take in applications, but you should inform those applicants of these risks. And I think that that's what's going on. At least that's what I'm hearing from the field. It may not be the best resolution for individuals, but from a policy point of view, it's really all we can do at this point, because one, we don't want to rush aspects of this because that would have an adverse impact on other things. We have timelines set out. We're really trying to coordinate the two proceedings. The community solar proceeding is under a really fast timeline in order to have the rules and policies adopted by the commission by April 1st as per legislation. We are looking to have the major changes to the rule for interconnection and the manual in place in December of this year. And so there should be plenty of time to, once those rules are in place, to file under what the new rules will be. So that's really about all I'm allowed to say about it. But if anybody has any questions, I can entertain them right now. Now, one other thing that interested parties can do is you can use, at least two of the three utilities have a pre-application review process in place, and you can at least get a sense of whether there's space on the circuit that you would intend to use. But you know, we haven't identified locations for community solar projects. We certainly haven't worked out the policies for subscribing customers to them. So it really would be, I would think, a risk to act prematurely on that stuff, knowing that it's not really going to give you a leg up. But that's just me. Okay, Brian, were you just grunting, or did you have something to say?
No. Yeah,
no?
I
okay.
did. You actually just answered my question. Yeah, thanks for mentioning this. Arthur, I think that was very well said. But my question was going to be whether the position you stated was something that was relayed to you by commissioners or the commission's general counsel, or if it was just kind of your take on things.
No, we had an internal conversation about how to deal with these things, and that's generally, it's my understanding that our general counsel's office has indicated to the utilities this particular non-policy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Nothing. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Eric. Eric, thank you for your patience.
Yeah, thanks, Art. Hello, good morning to everyone. We will now be
We're losing you, Eric. You might have to go off video. We're losing Eric.
a link in the chat, which gives us all access to Miro, to the whiteboard, without having to sign in and with editing privileges. So we'll give that a go. We have about 4 or 5 questions related to our proposal development on these technical issues, and we'll come back to that in a minute. But I just wanted to remind all of us that really, you know, the goal of our process on these technical issues is to reach convergence. Am I still okay, Art or Margie, in terms of my?
I'm hearing you better, but there's a little bit of kind of like technical fuzziness, and you might be better off not being on screen while you're talking.
Yeah, and I'm going to be sharing my screen, but that might not take as much bandwidth. And I have a couple of alternative internet connections from where I am too. Just to remind us in terms of this process of getting to some type of convergence around the technical issues, and to borrow a phrase from Art, entrenched positions are not welcome. So we are still we're actually approaching a more difficult part of the process now in terms of the proposals we've seen. So we have solicited proposals from the working group, anyone who wished to, in terms of these technical issues. And we received 2 proposals 2 weeks ago, one from an industry group and one from a utilities group. And we reviewed those proposals 2 weeks ago. They are posted in the OneDrive folder for the meeting 2 weeks ago, and they've also been copied into the OneDrive folder for today's meeting, those 2 proposals. And we asked everyone to comment on those proposals over the last 2 weeks. And we've received 2 sets of comments, one from the industry group and one from the utilities group, with a supplemental file from SPS individually. And those comments have also been posted to the OneDrive folder for today's meeting. The comments from the industry group were posted yesterday morning, and the comments from the utilities group were posted last night. So we'll hear from those groups in terms of their comments in the process of going through our exercise. So we hope to involve as many people from the working group as who are on the call right now who want to chime in various ways. So let me just review. First of all, the issues and the proposals we have received. I'll start sharing my screen. And just to review slides that I have used in the past, in our past meetings, the 2 technical issues. One, the capacity screening process, including potentially hosting capacity limits and longer-term mapping of hosting capacity. And then the second issue about requirements for limited export or non-export of a facility that includes storage. So those are the 2 issues that we have been focused on through this proposal development process. Also to remind us, when I first presented these issues, that we did ask the question in terms of existing best practices for capacity screening. And this comes back to both the SGIP and the IREC model, and what we've seen as experience in other states, other jurisdictions. We did hear presentations about those on our April 22nd meeting. And this came up earlier this morning as well. Art mentioned the 15% criteria, 15% of peak load on a circuit as part of sort of the existing practice or way of thinking, and the limitations or the potential limitations of that number 15%. And I wanted to point out that we did hear presentations from some of the experts, including expert from EPRI and also from Sandia, presentations and comments related to an alternative criteria about percentage of circuit minimum load. In this case, let's say 100% or even 90% or 50% of minimum load as a potential fast track capacity screening criteria as an alternative to 15% of peak load. And that was presented and discussed also during our April 22nd set of technical presentations. And we, I think, still need to think more about that. That has not been mentioned so far in the proposals, but that has come out in our working group before. And I just wanted to underline that in view of this morning's comments as well. And then the second issue in terms of the non-export, limited export, I presented back last month as well in April, what California had adopted. This was a recent adoption update to their Rule 21 in terms of the requirements for non-export, limited export. And there were 5 specifications, and this was adopted last October. And that's also as background to what we are discussing right now. Then we have a set of proposals from the industry group, again, that were submitted 2 weeks ago and have been available for everyone to review these last 2 weeks. And I just wanted to summarize some of the elements from that. Really, the first question that we have today in terms of our discussion, in terms of our exercise to go through this a bit, to think through this a bit more and get to what the next steps would be in terms of these proposals, is my question for all of us is, what elements of these proposals do you consider noteworthy? Like what element of these, what particular element or elements of these proposals from either the industry group or the utility group, would you consider to be particularly noteworthy? And it really could be any aspect of that. And I'm going to open that up first in just a minute for all of us to put some stickies on the whiteboard in terms of what we think those noteworthy elements are. And the proponents of each of the 2 proposals we have received, 2 sets of proposals, can also highlight elements from their own proposals that they think are particularly noteworthy, that they want to underline for people, or that they think are noteworthy in terms of the other proposals from the other group. And those of you who have read the proposals or thought about them in the last 2 weeks could also chime in on that. But just to make this as simple as possible in terms of some elements that I'm putting up on the screen here based on the pages of text that we heard from last time, that there are 3 levels being proposed here: level 1, level 2, level 3, each with different capacity range, and also specific technical screening criteria are proposed, are given in the proposal, very specific technical screening criteria for each of the levels. Another element is that 25% of currently available hosting capacity should be reserved for future level 1 projects, at least in urban and suburban areas, and 10% for rural. And the remaining available hosting capacity would be updated and posted monthly and available for all resources. And the proposals also call for the utilities to establish specific hosting capacity policies with proposed requirements that might be dictated in part by the PRC. And that this industry group has proposed that for the non-export, limited export issue, that New Mexico adopt the same technical requirements as California has just done. They use that same text. And as part of these proposals, there are also elements for timelines, cost sharing, and definitions, which we could integrate with the other subgroups that are ongoing for those aspects. Those are essentially non-technical aspects, but they overlap and need to be integrated between the technical and the non-technical work. So that's just a very quick run through. And by the way, these slides of mine now, I have just a few of these slides. These are posted also to the OneDrive folder for today's meeting. So anybody can pull those up. So then continuing on, in terms of the utilities group proposals, I have two slides here. They propose that the rule continues to follow the screening criteria that are detailed in the SGIP model. They propose that, however, that the rule and the manual allow that a proposed interconnection that fails those screens might nevertheless proceed if the utility determines that they can be connected with safety, reliability, and power quality standards. The group proposes to update the pre-application process to align with the updates made in FERC Order 792, that was in 2013. They propose to address technical issues regarding hosting capacity outside of the interconnection rules, outside of our update to the rule and or manual. They propose to add to the rule and manual details regarding the study process that align with that FERC Order 792, also from 2013. And they propose two more elements here on this next slide, to keep long-term mapping and publishing of hosting capacity data out of the rule and manual. I have some further notes about that in their proposals. And then regarding non-export, limited export, they propose that we write the rule to be flexible, to allow for changes in technologies and standards, and to give consideration to the utility's ability to verify the settings and export capabilities during and after interconnection agreement. So that's a run through of some of the elements from the proposals from each of the groups. And again, what I'd like to do right now, before we get into assessing the differences between the two sets of proposals, before we get into discussing how we would start to achieve some type of convergence, to just spend some time really, again, just, okay, what are the proposals? What are they really saying? What are some particularly noteworthy elements of these proposals? So if I've left something out in these slides that either of those groups want to also underline, if there are things that have really struck people, anyone who's read these proposals in the last 2 weeks, I'd like to just do a quick 5-minute whiteboard process where people can just post what they think those elements are that they want to underline, that they think are particularly noteworthy from either of the proposals. Let's not worry about which one it comes from, but just what are these, objectively, what are these elements of these proposals that we think we want to especially take note of. And so I would just give everyone 5 minutes to jump to the Miro whiteboard. The link is in the chat, and start posting stickies. Just whatever those elements are that you might want to mention. You can mention ones that I've already shown here. You can mention them in different ways, but just to see what people would like to point out about the proposals we received before we get into the comments on the proposals and trying to compare them. So Margie, if you could share that first whiteboard with this first question, number 1, and then just allow people to go on to that board. Again, the link is in the chat. Margie, you maybe I'll turn it over to you, Margie. You have some further instructions for people on using this.
Great. I'm showing screen sharing the board that we're going to be working on, but after we get started, I won't share the screen. We'll go directly to the Miro board and use that. So I apologize for those of you who might be watching this after the meeting. It's hard to do both at once. So for participants in today's meeting, please go to the Miro link. This is editable, and my instructions to you all, again, in case you didn't hear earlier, if you go to the settings bar up toward the top right, you can tell your computer whether using a mouse or a trackpad that will help you navigate. And then you can either double click on any of the stickies we've put in here and put your identification of elements from either the proposals that you think might be particularly noteworthy. And also, please add an asterisk. Just type in an asterisk onto your sticky if you would like to speak to your comment, and Eric will be able to call on you when he sees asterisks show up in the Miro whiteboard. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Eric.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, if you put an asterisk by your comment at any time during our exercises this afternoon, then I'll call on you to elaborate verbally on if you'd like to explain it a bit further. Some people might, some might not, but I'd like to give you the chance to elaborate verbally if you want to for everyone. So let's just take 5 minutes, and just for those of you who have read the proposals, for those of you who might want to just glance at them now, familiarize yourself a little bit with them. For those of you on either of the two teams who have developed the 2 sets of proposals, if you want to highlight your own points or those from the other set of proposals that you think are noteworthy in whatever sense of noteworthy you want to use, really. So we'll go to perhaps about 11:57 or so with that, and then I'll start taking verbal comments from people.
Hey, Eric.
Yes.
This is Matt Hagan from Excel. Just so I'm clear, are we posting these posted notes in the Miro for your PowerPoint if you didn't capture all of the main items from either proposal? Or are we
Just any element from either proposal that you want to underline that you think is particularly noteworthy? We're just trying to see what some of these are. And if you think that I've missed something, you can include that here if you'd like, or we can certainly cover that later. It's not intended to be a formal or comprehensive response by any stretch. Let's just see what people have to say right now.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Now we'll give people maybe another minute here. It looks like we have just a few stickies. We're trying out the board and people are doing this for the first time. And I'll open it up actually for verbal comments as well. If anyone wants to now raise their hand and to point out anything in particular, well, we might as well start with the sticky, which does have an asterisk here. It says the utility proposal wants to address hosting capacity in another docket. That is a particular element of the utilities proposal. Whoever made that sticky, you'd like to elaborate verbally, go ahead.
I'm sorry, thank you. That was me, Jim Desjardins. I didn't figure out how to put my name in there. I just thought it was noteworthy that they are proposing using as the model something that is 7 years old, and that I think we want to try to use something that's more current.
Okay, thank you, Jim. We have other stickies here. That's actually similar to this other sticky, which says it is 2021 and utility proposals are based on the FERC SGIP from 2014. And then we have a sticky here from Adam. Industry's proposals for 3-level screening is, Adam, that's incomplete. Did you want to finish that verbally? Or just at the fact that the industry's proposal does provide 3 levels of screening?
Yeah, sorry, Eric, I was trying to unmute. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. So it definitely simplifies the process, and I think it eliminates barriers for the utilities to as well as the industry. So I think it's a good idea. I like it.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And we have also a comment from Matt Hagan with an asterisk. Industry appears to propose using hosting capacity data as a screening criteria. Matt, did you want to elaborate on that comment?
Oh, no, sorry. I was just putting an asterisk by my name. I didn't need to speak to it.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. And then finally, we have a sticky here. Oh, there's a new one here. Both proposals allow for good utility judgment and leadership to enable interconnection. Okay, good point. And then finally, a sticky here. Industry team responded to the utility proposal and addresses some of the differences. And we'll come back to that. That's actually our third and our fourth question in this process right now is what are the differences between the proposals? And we'll come back to the comments from both teams related to the differences just in a few minutes when we get to question 3. So that this should be considered a response or I guess in a response as well. Any verbal comments beyond these stickies from anyone else? Just anything that they want to highlight about what's in the proposals right now, just objectively looking at what's in them.
Yeah, I just, Jim Desjardins here again. I don't know if I got this in a sticky or not, but I just think that we want to try to accomplish as much as possible here. And I disagree with the utility suggestion that we have the hosting capacity addressed in a different docket.
Okay, thank you. I guess that's one of the differences between the two proposals. We can come back to that as well in subsequent questions, and that is but that is an objective point right now that they're proposing that we do that outside of the interconnection rule. In terms of hosting capacity information. Okay, not seeing any hands. Why don't we just go right to the second question, which is more of an experiential question. Again, I just wanted to get us thinking a bit more about this. And for this, instead of stickies, we thought maybe a chat box so that you could just type in, any way that this, any way. Okay, well, it's not a chat box, is it? We also have stickies here. That's fine, Margie. But the question is, how far apart do you think the two? How far apart do the two different proposals seem to you? Really, just in terms of if you've read both of them, let's just take a few minutes for this as well. And I thought this might be more amenable also to verbal comments, but please feel free to put in stickies as well. How does this seem to you? How far apart does this seem to you? Which is kind of, we could try to objectively, map out the magnitudes of differences, et cetera. But really, let's just start from a more experiential point of view on this. It's a rather simple question. Just give people a few minutes to fill out those stickies as well. I might just actually start to call upon people. If you want to respond to this question verbally right now, please raise your hand, and we'll just actually start with verbal comments, and people want to elaborate on their stickies as well.
And Eric, it's Margie. I do have the chat opened. If people are more comfortable this is the chat in Miro, not the Zoom chat. So there's a chat in Miro that helps us capture your comments on this particular topic. So that is open as well.
How do we get to the chat box?
Down in the lower left-hand corner of your Miro board, there's something that looks like it's the fourth icon from the left. It's two little speaking balloons, two like cartoon balloon. Let me share. Do you see it down there?
I see it. Yeah, I've opened it. Yeah. The fourth from the left, right? So yes. You can make a sticky out of it, or you can type into the chat in Miro, or just express your thoughts verbally on this. But again, just to get some reactions from anyone in the working group. How far apart do the two proposals seem to you? So I'll look for a show of hands right now in Zoom. Anyone would like to go first in terms of verbalizing that for the whole group? Sarah, go ahead.
Sure. Hi. I'll let some of the other members of the group talk to some of the technical aspects. I think at first blush, the proposals are very far apart, but I was trying to read over the utility reaction to our proposal, and I think some of the issues really. I think that there's a lot of opportunity to talk about it. I did, for example, one of the issues that the utilities mention is that they don't want to increase level 1 from 10 kilowatts to 25 kilowatts, and it seems like the main rationale behind that is to match up with the net metering cap. But I think that everyone, at least, in our group, realizes that net metering does not equate to interconnection. And, maybe once we, have some of those discussions and, we're saying that we're not asking in this forum to increase net metering up to 25 kilowatts, maybe we'll find a little bit more that we do have a little bit more in common. So just one observation.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Sarah. And we'll give your group and the utilities group also a chance to further elaborate on any part of the comments that you've submitted, not just these particular questions as we go through this. So stand by. You'll have further chance to say that. Anyone from the utility group want to weigh in just at this juncture in terms of this question? How far apart do the two proposals seem to you?
This is John Hawkins at PNM. I think so, and thanks to Sarah for the kind of clarification around net metering. I think I agree. It's probably not as far apart as it may seem on paper, but yeah, I think there are certainly some areas that we would probably want to just talk through, and as utilities, I think as we were putting together a response, we were probably looking at it more as hey, just a reminder, make sure that, because sometimes some of these things as we go through these regulatory proceedings get a little conflated and they get kind of tied together when they shouldn't. So I think we may not be as far apart as one may think, and there could be some discussions around it, but there are some issues that we want to make sure, and I think the industry does too, because it's the NEC, it's the NESC that basically says, yeah, we understand all the screening criteria and we understand all the technical pieces of this, but we really have to get to we have to maintain good engineering practice, and it has to really be science-based around this on how we do this. And so how we get there through the interconnection rules and how they're put together, we just have to make sure they kind of stay in that realm.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think everyone can understand that, from a utility perspective, that does need to happen. I think part of our process just right now, these few exercises and these few questions that we're opening up for everyone to think about right now and weigh in on, is just to allow us to more quickly, more effectively, more efficiently get to, okay, what are those things that really, you need to get to work on in terms of resolving, reconciling, converging, or really recognizing if there is a very critical difference in position that we necessarily during this working group might not get through, then that particular point might become a non-consensus point that the commission would have to then decide, following this working group. But ideally, we wouldn't have too many, if any, of those. We will see. But we're trying to set ourselves up for getting through this in as effective way as possible. So Matt, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. And I kind of want to ditto what John Hawkins was saying, that it does appear that we're far apart in some areas, and in some areas, I think that's kind of not surprising, kind of to be expected in some of those areas. So, but I think we can try to look at some of the areas that we do have alignment, or we're not quite as far apart, like John was saying. So, and maybe like focus on areas that we also that we're really far apart on, and from looking at the comments and the proposals and coming to consensus on our comments on the utility side, it kind of seems to me like we're very far apart on the hosting capacity side, on the definition and use and value, and just the criteria around hosting capacity in general. We're just seem to be really far apart. So, but other areas, I think we can probably find alignment in other areas too. So, yeah, that's all I've got.
Good, thank you, Matt. I don't see any other hands up. Let's go back to the stickies, see what people have posted. Looks like we have at least a few stickies up here for this question. So note that the industry proposal regarding system size level does not suggest changes in net metering requirements. We had that discussion a little bit just now. The two proposals seem far apart on overall concept structure. That was from Adam. I had hoped that they would be closer. One major difference is the role hosting capacity should play. We've kind of pointed to that already, and what is entailed with it. I'm not quite sure what that word is. My resolution is not, I guess, what is entailed, yeah. And then a couple of here, criteria and hosting capacity is an area where the proposals are far apart. We've just heard that. Very far apart, with industry proposal being action process oriented as opposed to unknown future process improvement standards from utility. And discovering the scope of these rules seems to be the biggest current difference. Determining the scope of these rules, the scope itself, seems to be the biggest current difference, which makes them fairly far apart. Or at least, I guess that would make them seem fairly far apart. Okay, so anyone else want to weigh in on this? We'll go on to our third and fourth questions otherwise. Again, we're just trying to get a sense from people and allow people to weigh in however they'd like right now. Not seeing any other hands, then Margie will go to our third and fourth question, which is the third frame here. And I'm going to give the floor first to the industry group, and then to the utilities group. And our question number 3. What are elements of the two proposals that are common or could be brought together, that could be accommodated or built upon? And question number 4, which parts of the proposals do you think the two proposal groups should, oops, that's actually, we changed that fourth question there. Margie, let me, can I go back and change that? Can I go ahead and do that, Margie? Yeah, sure. Yeah. So let me just put in the numbers here. Question 3: what are elements of the two proposals that are common or could be brought together, that could be accommodated or built upon? And then question number 4. What are some elements of the industry and utilities proposals that disagree with each other? So really, highlighting where there are, in particular that question 4, highlighting where there are, clear disagreements or clear differences that maybe we should be getting to work on. So what I'd like to do is first hear from the industry group on both these questions 3 and 4, and then from the utility group on both of these questions. And while they are speaking, anyone else from the working group can be adding stickies here on this third frame to either or both of these questions, in terms of where you think that they disagree with each other and where do you think that there are elements that are common or could be brought together. And perhaps some things overlap. They actually would apply to both questions. They could be brought together, but right now they disagree. But question 3 is kind of, giving us a first thought of where we might move, where we can be moving to or from. So Sarah, you haven't necessarily had an advance notice of these two questions 3 and 4, but maybe you just want to refer back to what you have said in your comments on the utilities proposal. And I know that there were several bullets in your comments that talk about what you think those differences are. I don't know if you want to call them a disagreement, or maybe you just want to call them differences, or any other aspects of your proposals, of your comments that you want to highlight for the group right now. I'll just give you a chance to do that. Take some time if you need. So Sarah, I'll give you the floor.
Sure, thank you. And I'll just keep this really brief because we did cover this in the written comments that we submitted. So I would like to refer back to those. And I would also just like to open up the floor to my other committee members who would like to dive in and speak on some of the details. So the floor is open.
I'm just going to take a quick stab at it and maybe repeat it, just a couple of things I said. I think, first of all, that I think we're looking at having as current as possible, what am I trying to say, a rule or set of standards. And I think that the utility proposal, just by the fact that they're using the FERC SCHIP from 2014, suggests that they want something more conservative, more tried. And so I think that is a big difference. I've also already mentioned the coasting capacity. And I think a big difference is that I think we want to accomplish as much as possible here, whereas I think the utilities want to take a more conservative approach and, maybe piecemeal it out. And so I think those are just, from my perspective, two just conceptual differences. There's other things as well. Another thing that comes to mind is that there is a couple references where, for example, where the utilities say that they will be okay approving applications that are over the 15% limitation, assuming that they meet certain requirements that are at their discretion. And I think we would want something a little more, how do I say, in writing, or a little more specific than that. So those are just a couple of my comments on the top of my head.
Thank you, Jim. Sarah, and are you going to go ahead after anyone else from your group speaks? Did you then want to continue yourself?
Can you hear me?
Tayoko, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so we did specifically identify some of the differences in SGIP and IREC, and really it's like Jim mentioned, SGIP would be taking a step forward, but not a big step forward, and IREC would be taking a bigger step forward, because we were called together to come up with best practices in the industry, and IREC is closer to that best practice than SGIP. And the other difference that really wasn't identified as a difference yet is just question number 2 regarding the non-export, where we got into specific set of requirements that have been adopted in California regarding non-export, with UL, CRD being adopted by California and several other states. And then the utility proposal didn't really respond to that specifically. So it's not clear that whether there's a difference or not. And it'd really be helpful to have more clarity around what the position is on that specific question, which is really important to get us to a point of either agreeing or disagreeing, is having more clarity around the question number 2 that we addressed. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Tayoko. Matt, I'll call on I'm happy to hear from the industry group's response or comments that were posted yesterday morning and are available in the OneDrive folder for today's meeting, which Tayoko was just pointing to. So in terms of the difference between SGIP and IREC model, to an expedited process with different levels. So there was a level 2 expedited process for projects up to 5 megawatts and a level 3 expedited process. Oops. Hope you can still hear me. Things,
Eric, you are cutting in and out a little bit. Would you just repeat your request?
Yeah. I just turned off my video again. That the first bullet here, that the IREC model also includes a level 2 expedited process for projects up to 5 megawatts and level 3 expedited process for non-exporting systems. That's the first bullet. The second bullet was in terms of the IREC model being updated to address how utilities should evaluate battery storage systems and other generation that is limited or non-exporting. And then the third bullet here, SGIP, in terms of distribution system Q, which is included in the IREC model. And then of course there are other things, but I just wanted to highlight those. I think Tayoko was just pointing to this in what he just said, but I wanted to point to the actual text that's in the comments so everyone can reference that. And I believe then I'll stop sharing my screen again. And Matt, your hand was up. Matt, go ahead.
Well, thanks. I think you answered my question for me. I was going to ask, like, what specifically, how IREC has an advantage over SGIP specifically. Like, so up until now, I've only heard like SGIP is from 2014 and IREC is from 2019, and that's the only difference that I've heard of the two. So like what you just showed up there is helpful. So thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. And that also comes back to your own reconciliation process that you're doing with Olga and the others, right? Isn't it? In terms of really, being very specific and identifying what these differences are. So we have, as an objective basis as possible to go forward on, on considering, what to actually adopt. So thank you for that. Sarah, anything else from you?
It's just hard to know how detailed to get into at this phase because, obviously there are some topics within, the proposals that I feel like we could talk on for, quite some time. And I'm just not exactly sure if now's the right time to do it. I think that especially highlighting, the proposal and highlighting where we tried to talk about the differences between SGIP and the IREC model. I think that was really helpful. And as you said, from our perspective, one of the biggest changes is making sure the energy storage is incorporated within the rules. And we just want to make sure that is a component of our discussions.
Yeah. And I think in terms of, identifying what you might want to say now, we will have, towards the end of our session today, I'll suggest that we have a more detailed roll up your sleeves session between the two proposal groups next week, like potentially for 2 hours to really get into some of these issues in detail and roll up our sleeves a bit. And Margie and I will be there to facilitate that if we can get everybody to agree to be able to do that. But really now to highlight, what we might want to be thinking about first from your point of view, like the things, again, that we might be able to, achieve convergence on, or are the question 3 on the stickies here, what are elements of the two proposals that are common or could be brought together that could be accommodated or built upon, or question 4 in terms of, where you think that they really disagree. We should maybe be tackling both of those areas in our first sort of iteration through this, including, allowing you to revise what you've done or update what you've done. So if you have anything you want to put to the whole group right now along those lines, that might help guide us next week if we can manage that, or subsequent weeks, in terms of what you want to point to, or what we might want other people to invite other people to be pointing to.
Sure, I'll just mention a couple, and then again open it up to other members of the subcommittee to make sure that I didn't miss anything. But I think some big topics to start with are just definitions of the level 1, 2, 3. I'd love to also talk about whether the hosting capacity maps and that process are included within the rules, or separate than that, and if they're separate, are they going at the same time, or that. I also think a big topic that I think we should tackle sooner than later is really the overall capacity when you have a solar plus storage system, and whether it is the functional ability of the system for export to be included as that capacity, or if it's just the addition of the two nameplates, which obviously is not our preference, and we've gone through this quite a bit in other states, and I think that we can really point to some recent the recent rules in Colorado and Arizona to guide those discussions. But those are the ones that really jump to mind for me as some of the things we should tackle initially. But I would really love to open it up to the other members of the group to make sure that I didn't miss anything that they see as opportunities for those initial discussions.
Yeah, very good. Thank you for that, Sarah. So other members of the group. We've heard from a few already, I guess. So not hearing from anyone else. Or Tayoko, you're unmuted. I don't see your hand, but maybe.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
It would help to have before we have that meeting, to have a little bit more clarity from the utility side around some more specifics, either response to ours or clarification of the question number 2 about batteries and storage.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really have enough clarity to have differences yet, because it was too vague. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, good. So yeah, our actually, let's call it technical issue number 2 in terms of export, non-export, and limited export, to make sure we don't start confusing ourselves, because we now have 4 numbered questions from this little exercise here. But the whole general issue number 2 of export and limited export from storage plus generation systems, including storage. Okay, well, not hearing anyone else from the industry group, then, and I will come back to the stickies that people have put for these questions 3 and 4 right now on our whiteboard. But before I do that, I said I would come back to also the utility group. And I don't know, Zoe, if you or others from your group would like to provide, again, the same level of insight, or just highlighting from your comments on the industry group proposals, the comments that you submitted yesterday, if you'd like to highlight any of those or go through whatever aspects of those you think are most important right now, as well as how they would relate to our whiteboard questions 3 and 4, elements of the 2 proposals that are common or could be brought together, or elements that disagree with each other, and particular things you'd like to highlight or point out for all of us now, or get any further feedback or clarification on. So Zoe, I'll turn it over to you just to see if you if you have any of your members of your group who want to talk about these.
I will just open it up to the subject matter experts from the utilities and co-ops that are on the call. Thanks, Eric.
And this is John. I can jump in a little bit here. So I don't know if I'm going to cover every single point, but at least on the limited export and non-export, I understand that other states have different ways of defining that and reviewing that. But we're also probably talking about two states that have technology that's able to support them in some of this, verification that it is meeting whatever the requirements are. So a utility would go out and do a study and say if it was limited export and say it's limited export to 1 kilowatt or whatever that number is. Many of these have smart meters or something on the feeder where they might be able to verify this, whereas many of the utilities, and particularly the largest utility here in the state, does not. Right. And so if we're trying to compare against other states, it's probably important that we make sure we're doing an apples to apples, or that we have the ability, some of the abilities that the other states might have to understand this and how it would be affecting their system. Outside of that, then the best thing that we might be able to do is more of a, for lack of a better term, hard-coded response to this that says I can put a device there that if we see greater than what was agreed to, not knowing what it's going to do to our system or what's actually happening on the system even today, that it would be able to disconnect at that point. And that's not a very good way to approach it, I don't think. So we just have to be aware that we're behind the times a little bit in terms of what we've been able to install in terms of technology. And that's why I think on the limited export and the non-export that we're being a little bit more conservative, because we simply just don't know what we don't know in some cases. Some utilities may have the technology that would be able to do that, maybe even like some of the co-ops and munis or some of the smaller utilities that have advanced metering. And so maybe there's an option there, but for many, we're just not there yet.
Thank you, John. Others from the utility group?
So Eric, this is Andrea from PNM as well, and kind of just to tag along with what John was mentioning. And I know, we're looking for the AMI for non-export, but I think it also is dependent on where the interconnection is happening, whether it's on a regular feeder, a feeder at capacity, our downtown network system, that would all play into where that potentially non-export could occur. But in terms of some of the other issues that Sarah brought up, I think or even Tayuku, for the kind of the aggregate for PV versus ESS, I think that really needs to be looked at in terms of how we calculate that aggregation, but well as looking at some of the other items on the levels of the increase from the 25, things like that we need to look at for either increasing what we look at as transformer capacity, inverter fault currents, things like that we need to also adjust when we start making those level changes. So I think those also need to be discussed.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Andrea. Others from the utility group? I don't think any of us have really had a chance to digest in any way the utility comments yet. They were posted just last night. I wouldn't expect people to have seen them yet. But is there a way we could just get a just for everyone's sort of general interest, just sort of the breadth or the scope of those comments, not necessarily elaborating on individual points so much, but also in relation to where there may be differences or commonalities, but just giving a little bit more in terms of the general sense of what those comments are. I don't know if that's you, Zoe, or someone else again from your team.
Yeah, this is John from PNM. I could probably do this. I'll try to do it at a very high level, but if I'm going to try to extract themes out of this, because I don't want to go through the whole thing and read this to anybody. But I think some of the themes that we have is particularly here in New Mexico, is the ability to apply some latitude as we put this together. And I know that's not where the industry wants to go. The industry wants hard and fast rules. But, whereas here in New Mexico, a feeder may be, the feeder getaways out of a substation might be built with, 750 kc mil cable with an ampacity in our soil of, 430 amps at normal, right? Maybe a rural electric utility might not use that same wire coming out of their substation because they're not supporting that, right? So that's, 9.5-ish megawatts worth of PV on a feeder on one feeder where it might be much less somewhere else. Or when we talk hosting capacity, the definition I think is going to be important, because I think in the utility industry, we've seen everything from talking about hosting capacity at the feeder breaker, right? Where you're looking at the whole feeder, kind of where we kind of lived with the 15% rule, or close to that. Whereas, some definitions of hosting capacity are more nodal, right? So as you get down into the feeder and as you get to smaller wire sizes, as you get toward the end of the feeder, to serve little bits and pieces of, fewer homes or fewer businesses or whatever as you get out there. And so I think what most of what we talked about here is, it kind of depends. And that's why we kind of have to kind of look at it from a good engineering practices perspective and from the interconnection, from the specific interconnection, I guess, is kind of is where we're going with that. So I think that's the bulk of it. I think I've already talked about the zero backfeed and the or the limited backfeed. The other piece of that I thought about once Andrea also spoke is zero backfeed and limited backfeed is not necessarily a net zero or a zero sum game as we're doing that analysis, because remember, we're also basing a lot of these analyses that we're doing on the on interconnections on capacity, right? And so if we're now doing net zero or limited, well, now we've just reduced the capacity on that feeder, and it affects the other studies that were done previously and that would be done subsequently, right? So it's not necessarily just because we get to zero or limited that it just means that it's no longer affecting the feeder. It absolutely could be affecting the feeder just because we're removing load. And then so I think those are the major technical points on that, if I kind of roll them up into a large ball.
Yeah, thank you very much, John. So on the capacity screening side, the tension between more detailed, more specific technical requirement or specification versus on the other end of the spectrum, really everything is, there is no one size fits all, everything is unique case and somewhere in between.
Yeah, and of course, we don't want to do all, I mean, we're limited staffed as well, and we have a lot of interconnection requests coming through. We don't want to study these things to death. And so we're looking to try to get a way that we could make this easy on the solar industry as well. But, and maybe this is cliche or whatever, but, at some point, even the last raindrop can overfill, a vessel of some sort, right? So it's just it's just being able to look at it, I guess scientifically, just to make sure that we're doing this for I guess, for everybody that's interconnected to the system, for power quality and everything else that we look at is why I think we're being a little bit more conservative on that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, John. Appreciate that. And just a couple of comments in the Zoom chat. Again, I'm going to come back to the stickies on the Miro board for these questions 3 and 4 in just a minute and open it up for anyone in the working group to weigh in on these questions 3 and 4 as well, as we've just heard from the industry group and the utilities group on these and their comments. But I just wanted to first point to these two comments in the chat, the Zoom chat. Coming back to the issue number 2 of non-export limited export. So Stephen Rimshaw says, Hawaii has no smart meters. Neither California nor Hawaii have operational DERMS in terms of communications and control for the DER systems, instead relying on inverter settings. And Steve, I don't know if you want to elaborate on that, but I would myself, say that yes, this is an issue which really is very new for everyone, because the ULCRD standard just came out. It was last year, I guess it was, and or the year, was it just like early last year? And that is basically now something which the utilities that have specified that say we can rely on essentially that standard to say the power control system, whether it's integrated with the inverter or whether it's separate, but the power control system for that installation, that generation plus storage, if it conforms to that ULCRD standard, we trust that system will not export if it's set for not export. And that level of trust in that standard then does not require monitoring, does not require smart metering, does not require, it does certainly require verification that the equipment meets the standard, that the equipment has been set to non-export, for example, and that if the setting is not changed, and I believe California has taken a legal approach to that. If you say that your power control system is set to non-export and you change it, then you're in violation of your interconnection agreement. But that is a very new phenomenon, that monitoring based on relying on that ULCRD standard would not be required to verify the verification that was mentioned, that John mentioned before. I wanted to point out to all of us that this is a very new phenomenon, that we have such a standard which utilities could start to rely on, and in fact have decided to in some of these states. But Steve, do you want to? Is there anything beyond what I've said, or anything you want to adjust in terms of this issue?
No, that absolutely well, Eric. I just heard concerns that we were not ready, and these rules are consistent with the IREC model. There's states across the country, that are adopting. So I don't think it's a matter of not being ready. I think it's a matter of getting the appropriate rules in place, everyone understanding those processes, having appropriate, commissioning processes that you verify and believe that the system's operating the way it is, and it will, unless you have, unless the customer's violating their interconnection agreement. And in my experience, interconnecting customers on the utility side, I never came across a situation like that.
Thank you, Stephen. John, your hand is up. I'll call on you in just a minute, but I wanted to also make a comment in terms of the Andrea's comment in the chat, and she asks, can the industry group explain when they are suggesting using the non-export situation? And that was something that I also presented in I guess it was maybe our meeting 8 weeks ago. But in terms of outlining this particular issue of non-export, that at least one particular scenario would be a case where a customer, if they wanted to interconnect even a small system to a feeder that was already at capacity and would otherwise require an upgrade to accommodate that small system, that the customer would then say, no, that's prohibitively expensive for me to pay for that upgrade. But if they could rather install a non-exporting system at that same point, such that an upgrade would not be required because there would not be any export to deal with, that they could then go ahead with their small system, but it would be required that they'd have storage and a non-exporting control system for it. And that's one particular scenario. I think there were several others that we pointed to in terms of conserving hosting capacity for other purposes. And then, of course, as John had made the point before, well, it's not a zero-sum game in the sense it doesn't necessarily mean that the distribution circuit can remain exactly as it was. So anyway, that's if anyone from the industry group wants to further explain for Andrea's question, please go ahead, but I'll call on John first. Your hand has been up.
Yeah, no problem. So one of the, so our experience in this is we can actually go back in time a little bit because, we have had, rules on the books for, power factor standards for businesses or large businesses or whatever. And because we didn't have ability to either, monitor, their controls that are in place to ensure that we have good power factor or appropriate standard power factor, or because we don't have monitoring capabilities, we found on many, many occasions over time that it just doesn't happen, right? And so that's where, this is kind of past is kind of, is at least maybe clouding a little bit, or at least informing our position potentially on these inverter settings that we wouldn't have any control over, wouldn't have any visibility into, and may not be able to monitor externally as a control for our risk mitigation. And then I guess the second piece, when we start to look at these things, the inverter settings, as we start to get to higher and higher penetrations, or more on a specific feeder, each interconnection could potentially say, well, now I've got to go adjust those inverter settings that we had, we told them last time to set it at X, and now we've come far enough and now we've got to reset those, right? And so I don't know what the process then would be for changing those values of inverter settings over time as the feeder calls for it, either by adding load or by adding more distributed generation. It becomes a very, very dynamic, it could become a very, very dynamic situation where I just don't know what the subsequent process is after we end up giving them a setting.
Yeah, thank you, John. And that's an excellent point too, in terms of what we might want to include in the interconnection manual and or rule, something related to that. I don't know whether we really scoped that for this phase 1 this year, or whether it might come during phase 2 next year when we get more into smart inverter operationalizing the functionalities of smart inverters and actually using those functions and the ways in which they are. But again, back to California, because that's what I know the best, that was a proposal that was adopted by the PUC also just this past October, that non-default settings of inverters could be employed now, as long as the utility agrees with those non-default settings. Before they were changed, that agreement by the utility was obtained, which might then require that the utility go back and redo the screening or do supplemental studies or whatever might be required to assess those non-default settings. But that seemed like a pretty straightforward proposal in California to say, okay, you can change them, but you have to get the utility to agree to it first, and the utility will have to go through whatever process it goes through in agreeing with that. And I think that speaks, that begins to speak to what you were just pointing to, and whether we actually want to do anything with that, during this current phase of the work in terms of this interconnection working with this year or not. It does relate more to smart inverter settings and the functionalities that we were pointing to this morning that will now be available, or are now available pretty much on all new inverters. But it also could relate to, we've been talking about really the power control system for a storage plus, generator system, which might or might not be part of the inverter, but that power control system itself in terms of its settings and if they would be changed. And there's also an example from California in terms of the electric vehicle charging equipment, EVSE, that if that equipment allows for bidirectional function, but it's only set to unidirectional charge only mode, an interconnection application would not be required. But if it was then reset or change those settings to bidirectional mode, the utility would then have to assess and go through the interconnection application process for it. So anyway, I perhaps speaking too much on this, but Jim, you had your hand up, and then we can go back to John. I don't know if John, your hand is up newly or not, but Jim, go ahead.
Thank you, Eric. Yeah, I just want to quickly make the point that a lot of the discussion we're having about inverter settings essentially requires trust. And we're already trusting interconnection customers. There's about, I think, 26,000 people have systems behind the meter on P&M systems. And, there's nothing physically preventing them from adding a panel or two or making other changes to the systems. And to my knowledge, that occurrence is extremely rare. And so I would just think that, we have to look at trust as part of, how this would work out. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jim. I would go now to back to the whiteboard, to our stickies, unless there are any further comments. If anyone from the utility team wants to weigh in further, go ahead and raise your hand, and we can come back to you. Let me just see what stickies we have here. So question 3: what are elements of the two proposals that are common or could be brought together? Eric,
let me interrupt for just a second. It's Margie, and I've tried to capture some of the discussion so far in the tied together stickies. So those are not put in necessarily by the rest of the team, but it's my interpretation and connection of things that have a common thread.
Okay, thank you, Margie. Yeah, I just want to how do I zoom this a little bit? I want to zoom this a little bit. Yeah, that's more helpful for me, so I can read these a little bit better. So I won't read the pink stickies, is what you're saying. I'll just read the non-pink ones. So the two common elements. So we have a sticky here for question 3. The two common elements is the ability to incorporate new technologies in the future with ease. That's from Adam Harper. And both proposals allow for good utility judgment and leadership to enable interconnection. That's also, I think, that came from a previous question as well. So those are the two stickies for question 3. And then the stickies we have for question 4: utilities desire operational flexibility, whereas industry desires certainty of requirements. We have actually touched on that in our discussion so far. Hosting capacity, that was also mentioned by Sarah in terms of a key difference between the proposals. And then the main differences between the two proposals are industry wants the newest DER standard with a clear process, where utilities proposal wants to use an older standard with less clarity that flavors more flexibility. Again, Adam Harper, these are common themes that have come out. So that all seems consistent with what we've been talking about. It seems like we've covered the points that people have said. I just thought then we'll open it up one more time for these questions 3 and 4 from anyone else in the working group or anyone else who's already spoken who wants to now add something further in terms of our thinking through these proposals and our further process. Art, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, sorry, it's finding the hand raising thing is always a challenge for me.
No worries.
Yeah, two thoughts come to mind, and I'm always trying to seek common ground, but in a sense, what the utilities have proposed in terms of adhering to SGIP could serve as a platform that we could agree on and then build upon it. And I'd like to hear some conversation about that. Yeah, it moves the ball forward a couple of years from where New Mexico is. It doesn't move the ball as forward as the developer community and others might like it to. But the question is that does that impede, right? If we kind of like at least step forward to Order 792, would that impede going further in certain areas, right? So that we can at least agree on taking that first step and then work on the issues that take us to the further steps. So that's what I had in mind with regard to that gulf we've talked about. So I'd like to hear people's thoughts about that.
Yeah, let's hear from Roberto. Your hand is up first. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to I mean, ask as to why does people consider that the SGI process is a old or inadequate system now, because it has many things in there that the other systems have, and with minor exceptions. So I just wanted to understand more as to why people consider that to be an old system.
Anyone like to respond? Might be something we can bring to our discussion next week as well. And I'm not sure that it's entirely appropriate for the reconciliation process that Matt and Olga are leading, which is, I think, more objective in terms of what specifically these things say or don't say, these models. But in terms of what the judgment about their current applicability, or how weathered or old they are, maybe weathered is not the right word, but why they are, why would they necessarily not apply as well as other models now, is something that we may want to formalize in terms of, putting down. We have a section of our final report, and at least get clear ourselves first. Anyone want to opine on that right now?
Yeah, if I could. This is Eric. This is Tayoka.
Yeah.
So I've been in this industry since 2004, and I'd say that every year the NEC code changes get rolled in to a 3-year cycle. Every year there's new products, new changes. And I don't know if our state wants to try to keep up or not. It's a really important question. I can see that if we were to use SGIP instead, then we'd have to ask the biggest questions around storage, which in the case of my house storage, I have a storage system. I've gone from offsetting 30% of my load with solar to 90%, and so the advantages of being able to use more solar and electrifying is just really a lot of these big questions. And I think that New Mexico has not been so far behind in terms of other states in the U.S. in terms of adoption of incentives and thinking around RPS and developing the goals around reaching 100% renewables. So if we're going to be consistent with what our state leadership and what I think are the people in the state want, then I think we should strive for keeping up and not falling farther behind. And if we do take that baby step and do SGIP, then we would absolutely have to address the storage issue, because it is about resilience. People have watched California and Texas disasters, and it's on people's minds. And so for us to say you can't do that is sort of raising a bigger question about the choice of that people have about what they do and what they can't do. So I think there's a lot of pressure for us to move this forward I appreciate the question, Arthur, because it really puts us at a point of really defining, what we want in the state. And we're sort of opposing forces here with industry and utilities reliability, and we're dealing with change in electrification and climate change, and so we have a lot of forces working on this issue, and I think it calls on us to step up to it, because this is at the most fundamental level. This is about our children and about our future. It's about a lot of things, and not just taking a baby step. So I do think this is a good question to ask this group. Thanks.
Thank you, Tayoko. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. I guess I agree with Tayoko and on the overarching points. And I would like to just say, being that I've been in the New Mexico solar industry since 2009, that I don't see industry and the utilities necessarily as far apart as maybe it may seem. Because to go back to Roberto's question on why we think that, IREC would be a better path than maybe SGIP is just, I guess, at face value. SGIP was 2013, 2014 time. IREC was updated in 2019. So there is a lot of things, I think, lessons learned from SGIP that was incorporated in the IREC model. So I would say just, at face value, just being able to maybe take those lessons learned from other reports and other working groups would probably be in our best interest, because IREC was able to address those storage and battery concerns that Tayoko had mentioned. So that's why I would say, just from my standpoint, my opinion, to answer your question in the most simplistic form, Roberto, is just when they were wrote. And to get back to my opinion that we're not as far apart as it may seem, is to Jim's point, is it's about trust. And like John from PNM had mentioned, is that how do we trust each other, and how do we make sure that these things are not going to negatively impact the grid or any ratepayer or user on the line? Is, I would say, from someone that has done multiple DER projects on sovereign nations, where sometimes jurisdiction and authority don't exist, is that there is that legal function, like you'd mentioned in California, where the integrator is signing an affidavit. And so that is legally binding, that if there is any harm or negative impact to the grid, that integrator is taking that legal responsibility, where the co-ops and the utilities have the ability to recoup any costs that would be associated to that negative impact. So I would say we're already kind of trusting each other, as Jim had mentioned, as well as when there needs to be verification or some kind of responsibility. We do have a mechanism and a process for that. I definitely think that it could be updated and maybe integrated into the policies a little better than it is now. But I'm just trying to get to Arthur's point of where we already have common ground, I think. And that is one of them there, just from personal experience. So I do look forward to seeing where we can definitely move the ball, because I think there is some great opportunity to better the process and better the system. And so that's all.
Thank you.
very much,
and I do want to point out, that there's a long history in the utility industry of reallocating risk to the developer, right? And it seems that the things that Adam's talking about, contractual agreements, maybe bonding for really large projects, are ways that the utility can, you can't, you know, having been a risk management supervisor in California, you can't eliminate risk completely. Certainly you can't eliminate technical risk, but you can find ways to mitigate it and channel it and share the risk. And these business functions and technological functions, whether it's the power control systems or whether it's a dual meter type of system, are ways that can effectively mitigate that risk, right? So that the utilities can have more confidence, and so the developers can proceed knowing that they're accepting a financial risk if somehow they harm the system. So, you know, I don't have a dog in this fight. I just want to see us reach some kind of agreements, because otherwise it comes down to, and this is the lesson learned from California, is that if the parties can't agree, then the commission decides, and then nobody's happy. So that's just got 20 years of experience there.
All right, thank you, Art. Yeah, and I guess, you know, we've just heard a number of people talking about, you know, storage in particular as something, you know, which has changed, you know, quite considerably in the last 7 or 8 years in terms of both the size of the market, the number of installations, of course, depending on state and urban versus suburban, et cetera, versus rural, et cetera. But storage in terms of volume, in terms of sizes and capacities, and really in terms of cost, because storage has come down a lot in cost even these last couple of years and continues to do so. And, you know, at least in some jurisdictions, you know, they're facing, you know, potential magnitudes of increase in the coming years in terms of behind the meter storage. And I think it's a question for our working group this year. We take the bigger picture as well. We'll think about next year's issues for phase 2. We've talked about addressing microgrid, interconnection of electric vehicles, and smart inverters. You know, these are all things which are also, you know, growing in ways that really, you know, did not exist 7 or 8 years ago. If you think about, you know, the impending step changes in microgrids potentially, certainly electric vehicles in some jurisdictions, but you know, even community solar, which we're talking about right now, you know, the degree of community solar development did not exist 6 or 7, 8 years ago that it does now. So, you know, those are some of the things that point to changes in that time frame, technologically or market-wise. And if we have to update to some aspects of the IREC model next year for some of these things when we get into microgrids or we get into electric vehicles or smart inverters, and is that really a smart strategy for us to wait until, but we still have to do it next year, or to get it done now in ways that we think would benefit those discussions next year as well. So anyway, I point that out in terms of thinking of the big picture of facilitating this 2-year or potentially longer process, but that's how we've outlined it right now. Okay, Matt, I see your hand is up. Go ahead, and anyone else who wants to comment on this before we move on. Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Eric. And I think we want to say that SBS can support starting from the SDRIP model and kind of working our way up from there. And we kind of proposed that in our initial proposal, that in regards to like the export rules, that Colorado did that in their rules. Their interconnection rules are largely based off of SDRIP, but does not follow it to a T. They do add elements in there, and one of the things that they added was export requirements or screens to that. So
yeah, okay, thank you, Matt. Roberto.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing as Matt, that we would like to start at the SGIP because it's a good foundation that allows for many things. And obviously there's updates. I've been in this business since 1999, and I started in California, doing all this. Now I'm over here in El Paso, and I've been doing the small and the large. And I just want to make the point that newer doesn't necessarily mean better. But obviously, I understand the shortcomings of the SGIP, and that it needs to incorporate storage in it. But the process is not really, actually, it's quite efficient. That's why it's lasted that long. Between 2003 and 2014, it only got minor changes. And we can incorporate that. I think we can work and address some of the issues in a joint effort. And that will allow us, the utilities, to also have a more of a unified process, because we do have to work between the FERC level, and then we also have to work with the state level interconnections, and having a uniform process will be a lot more helpful for us. So it will be quite advantageous. I mean, we're not saying let's just use that. Let's start from there, like Matt said, and then build upon that and create a good foundation which incorporates the newer technologies and the other things that we may think valuable, where we can find consensus.
I'm heartened.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm heartened by hearing that. Let's just make sure that starting from a certain point does not mean that we end at that point, that there's still more work to do. And I guess that I'll just, I'll put on the table, because I'm not negotiating here, but there are some things that we can't do reasonably in the time frame that we're looking at. And so, let's think about how we can do the things that we can do now, or set ourselves up to do the things that we should be doing now, even if it's not technically possible at this point. And when I say technically, it's less about the technology and more about the resources, right? As somebody pointed out, the large utilities here in New Mexico don't have AMI. Well, is that really the burden, right? Because other jurisdictions have moved forward even without AMI. Let's figure out how to do what we can do, even if we can't do it yet, and then figure out what steps we need to take to alleviate those barriers, and then work on them. That was, for me, the great lesson about incorporating battery storage into utility procurement a decade ago, which was, as I think about it, the first thing that we did was identify the barriers, and then get everybody to agree on how to work on those barriers. And then within 3 years, the commission had made its policy decision in California, and everybody bought into it. And then we moved to, here are the 100 things that we have to do to make that policy work, right? Literally a roadmap with 100 different points of action on it, and who was responsible for it. And it takes a while, yeah, but now it's 2021 and California has met its goals, right? Or is very close to meeting the 2024 goals, has advanced those goals, has not had serious safety issues that we were concerned about, has not had serious financial issues aside from the fact that everything costs money, right? And everybody moved forward. And that's what I'd like to see here as a process. So again, I'm not wedded to the outcome per se, but I am really interested in finding a way to bring agreements to the table. So that's it. And I'll just point out that we've got 15 minutes here.
Yeah, Art, thank you. I know we should wrap up in 5 or 10 minutes with this segment, so you can get to the other items you still need to before 2 o'clock. So I think this discussion we've just been having actually leads directly to my questions 5A and 5B, which I have put up on a slide, questions for further consideration, meaning I'm not going to take us back to the whiteboard and the stickies for these right now, because I think people will need some time to think this through, to do a bit more research potentially, to have further discussions on these. But I think these are things that directly follow from the discussion we've just been having about SGIP, IREC, and examples from other states that have been presented to us by the experts and utilities and so on back in our April 22nd meeting, which I want to keep those examples and that information in front of us as well. Question 5A, which SGIP provisions called for in the utility proposals do you believe are inadequate for New Mexico, and why? So again, what is the basis for going beyond SGIP right now? If we're using that as a base or foundation, what aspects of that do we want to be able to justify, and why are those provisions inadequate right now? Not just across the board, but specifically. And then something of a converse to that, question 5B, what parts of the IREC model might be problematic for New Mexico, and why, if we were instead to go directly to the IREC model as a base or foundation, or start to adopt elements of the IREC model that would go beyond SGIP and start to discuss or consider adopting those right now, then what?
Market service with the transmission asset is definitely of great interest to us. So I kind of introduced
Roberto, are you speaking to us, the group?
But this is where we actually see it's one of its big value pieces.
Margie, could you mute Roberto? Thank you. So I'm just putting these questions on the table for everyone. I don't expect that.
Were you asking a question?
Roberto, no, it sounded like you were offline in a different conversation, so we muted you because it didn't sound like you were responding to. Did you have a comment for the group right now?
No, thank you. Actually, I didn't know I was not on mute. Thanks.
Yeah, that's fine. No problem. So I'm just going to put these questions on the table, and if anybody wants to take a crack at them right now, just if something that you know off the top of your head or that you've had in mind about either of these questions, 5A or 5B, then let's get that out right now in just a few minutes. If anyone would like to speak to either of these right now. Otherwise, I'm going to put them on the table and ask people to actually think about them over the next week and respond before next Thursday by email. If you have insights or thoughts that you can add to this conversation for either of these. And that would include the industry group and or the utility group that you may have thought about these in the course of writing your proposals, or you might actually have in your comments already responses to these questions that are embedded in your comments or your thinking. So anyone right now want to say anything about either of these questions, 5A or 5B? Okay, that's fine. Again, they're on the table now, and I think we do want some answers. Ultimately, that will help us in what we have to do now. My then final slide concerns our next steps. And if there are suggestions for further next steps from anyone, we can entertain those as well right now. But my two suggestions are, number one, that participants consider those questions 5A and 5B that I've just put up. And again, these slides are in the OneDrive directory for today's meeting. And to email any comments to both Arthur and myself before next Thursday, June 10th. That would be essentially end of the day Wednesday. And secondly, I would propose, I think we should have a more detailed roll up your sleeves discussion on the 3 or 4 or 5 topics in particular that the proposal groups have pointed out to us on the call today, also taking from the comments and the stickies and the way that we've framed this right now. Arthur's comment about potentially building upon SGIP and how much further we go in which respects, but that we take 2 hours to do that next Thursday, June 10th. And this would not have been scheduled already. We have normally just a 10 to 11 time frame next Thursday for check-in purposes, but we think we can do the check-in in the first 20 minutes or so, and then let's actually roll up our sleeves and get into this for 2 hours starting at 10:30 until 12:30. And that would be primarily the industry and utility group participants who could join, but anyone from the working group would be welcome. This would be an open meeting. And in particular, any further thoughts, revisions, or updates to the proposals themselves. We've said it's an iterative process. It should remain an iterative process. We are still very much, if there are further revisions or updates to the proposals as they've been submitted, they're certainly not the final. We would like to iterate on them. We would like to consider and allow for revisions in the thinking based on today, based on the comments that have come in yesterday, et cetera. So, and then also how to achieve convergence. So how, really start to look at that and the process we're going to go through and how we actually manage that over the next 6 or 8 weeks, I guess, is what we have, right? And it's not going to be a lot of time, actually, given some of this, although people generally feel that the two sets of proposals aren't as far apart maybe as they might appear. So what I wanted to ask is, those from the utility group, those from the industry group, is there anyone who should or wants to definitely take part in this discussion who cannot attend the time frame proposed here, 10:30 to 12:30, since we have not scheduled that time yet? Is there anyone who cannot take part in that time frame who would like to or should be there?
This is Matt Hagan from XL. I can make that time. I'm just a little bit worried that time is a little too soon, considering that the reconciliation that me, Olga, Jim, and Ty are working on, hopefully we can get it done pretty quick, but I feel like that would kind of facilitate this discussion a little bit.
Yeah, Matt, I would agree with you in terms of your reconciliation document doing that. And we might, certainly we're not going to get through all 4 or 5 or 6 issues or points that have been raised today that we should get to. We're not going to be able to address those in 2 hours. So we might use the time most wisely for those that don't require the reconciliation document yet. And I think there are at least a number of the issues that would not to that degree, and then postpone the discussion of other items pending your reconciliation document. This 2 hours is not going to solve everything. It's a start. And we could continue the following Thursday, June 17th, expecting then to have your reconciliation document by June 17th. How would that sound to you?
That sounds okay.
Hi, Eric. This is Tayoko. I would like to join, but I cannot make it next Thursday.
Are you okay to have, I know you've contributed a lot today and we have noted your comments and so on. Are you okay that the discussion would take place without you, at least to begin with, given that we then bring it back to the whole group the following Thursday, the 17th?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, the constraint we have is that, in terms of the number of people that we want to have on board for this, setting up any time is going to be difficult for everyone, but at least we have the Thursdays, at least we have that first hour, 10 to 11 already on the books to build from. So that was really our thinking in this. Anyone else? Yes or no?
Eric, I would like to participate, but I'll be out also next week.
Roberto. Yeah, and that might be, is there someone else that could take part in your place?
No, not on the STIP.
Yeah. And would you be okay if we went forward with this at least for some limited issues without you?
Yeah, I think the utilities can participate.
Yeah. I mean, again, we're going to have to come back to everyone with whatever we discuss, and people will have more time to consider it. Again, the iterative nature of the process, and maybe we want to limit it even to an hour and a half and just set aside 2 or 3 things to talk about if there are people who are not there, who really, we do want to make sure that we get their input on certain items. But I think in the interest of momentum and momentum in particular in the time frame that we still have remaining for the whole working group, we really should get started next week. That's really the point here. So Art, I guess we've had two people who can't participate at that time. Nobody else has said otherwise, and it seems to me that we should go ahead and do that. And I don't know if you want to, anything you want to add to this particular point in terms of our next step or other next steps. But let me suggest that we then keep this time, and Art, I'll turn it back over to you for anything else.
Okay, I've seen two comments from chat that Andrea Contreras and John Hawkins from PNM are both able to make that time, and we appreciate that. We were wondering where PNM was, and so I would suggest, as Eric has, that we move ahead. Right, we're going to have a little discussion about the timeline remaining in this process, and everybody's going to run into vacations and crunches and other work that you're doing and budget stuff and all of that. So we just have to keep the momentum going and see what we can accomplish. So what I think is that those last two questions that Eric put on the table are really kind of good starting points, which is what can we work on, right? What are the things that, if we assume that we are both trying to get up to speed with the current industry and looking ahead a little bit, let's identify those issues that we can deal with, right? And that would take us I think, a good way down the road, even if we can't agree on all of the specifics of it, that would be very useful time spent. So that's how I think it. So we will have that time at least between 10 and noon, and depending on how many issues we can come up with, maybe go a little bit further for next Thursday.
And continuing also on Thursday the 17th, we'll certainly have more time allocated in 2 weeks.
Oh no! By then everybody will have agreed, and we'll just sign off on it. No.
All right, thank you very much, Art. I guess that's it. Then back to you.
Okay, great. Did we have a break? We had a minor break here, so let's everybody just take 5 minutes and then come back. There really isn't that much more business that we have to go except reviewing the timeline and just talk about this issue of triaging the current list, and then hopefully I can give you all back some time and we don't have to go to 2:30 or 2 o'clock. So 5-minute break, everybody. Okay, Margie, were you going to be sharing a screen for this next issues and process timeline results review?
Yeah, I thought I'd just show real quickly and have you talk about path forward. I've got this, let me share my screen. This was the chart we worked on last time in Miro. It was the phase 1. And can you see my screen here, Art?
Yes, I can.
Phase 1 and phase 2 activities, and we asked individuals for things that weren't their main issues that they had that weren't on this timeline. And those are in yellow stickies. So I've marked things in green that we've taken into account and incorporated, things on these red ovals on the stickies, we haven't incorporated them. One is about coming up with pre-application resources. Maybe that's a phase 2 or phase 3 topic. And then Olga and Satish, we're going to take another look at the 2-meter requirement. I'm not sure what we did with that, if that's incorporated here in our technical issues of capacities and exports. So that didn't get any additional input, but I wanted folks who are on the working group here to be able to see what the issues are that we're working on in phase 1.
Right, and I do believe that 2 meters is just a variation on how you provide that verification of output that the utilities are concerned about. So it's not the only possible solution, right? Because inverters could possibly provide that information, or somebody said AMI in circumstances where that's available. I think what we're looking for them is just a conceptual paper or something that describes how this might be a solution to kind of like some of the technical issues that have been raised. So we'll look forward to that.
Transparency. Okay.
Yeah. And still, you know, we're still going to have difficult discussions about how much transparency into the distribution network is technically feasible at this time and desirable from a market development point of view, right? And so that's another area where there's a gap. And I'm just feeling that while we can have those conversations now and try and push people into kind of looking for solutions, that we're not going to resolve that. And we may not resolve that very cleanly, certainly not in the first phase. So while it's definitely an underlying component of what we're aiming for in the long run, it may just be one of those things that we have to figure out how to deal with in the interim, and then address when everybody has a little bit more time and resources to address that issue, right? And to come up with how to find the resources in order for utilities to be able to provide that information, right? So, and I'm thinking that, you know, we had this discussion, does that go into a separate proceeding? If it's necessary, it could go into a distribution resource planning type of proceeding, which certainly the commission is contemplating, but not right now because of all the other things that are going on. But you know, how to resolve that, I think, is a longer term issue. Pre-application resources, that's certainly part of the conversation. What's available, what's helpful, right, at this time. And then standalone energy storage, I'm really seeing that's definitely a phase 2 issue at this point. Largely, I mean, it's either people leaving the system and being independent, or it's storage that's contributing to the wholesale market and selling into the market. So that kind of puts it, to me, not the most pressing issue that we have. So we do have that appropriately, I think, in phase 2. So we'll continue to leave this open for any other suggestions as to what we can reasonably do, but I think we have a lot of work cut out for us. And if anybody's having trouble using Miro, if you're just finding it difficult, contact Margie and she'll do a walkthrough for you. We don't want people to get frustrated. I think that this is a useful tool. It's already proving useful. It's just kind of like even me figuring it out is sometimes beyond me. Okay.
Exactly.
Anybody have anything to add to that? No. Okay. I want to get back to the triage of essentially our service list, right, for this. Currently, we have about 90 names on our list, and it's getting unwieldy. As we went through the day, I kind of took note of the people who have been on the phone today, on the call today, and matched it against the last 3 meetings that we've had, the May 20th meeting, the May 7th meeting, and essentially identified people who are very active and people who have not really been active at all. In fact, there were 20 or so names of people who haven't attended any of those last 3 meetings. So in the interest of triage, I think what we're going to do is we're going to sort this list. Margie and Colin and I will sort this list into people who are parts of subgroups. You are definitely a number 1 going forward. The people who have participated by being here, some of you ask questions, some of you just monitor, and then those that have not been here. And we're going to send the ones who have not been here emails and say, hey, we know that you were here early on. We know that this is an important issue. Do you wish to continue to participate in these bi-weekly meetings and get a sense there? So what would be helpful is that middle group. Those of you who are here who want to know what's going on, who may be your second or third participant representation from your company, right? And the question is, how much time and effort can you put into it going forward? Because the next phase of what we're doing is really going to require work. I mean, it's not that you haven't been working so far. And in fact, I'm very pleased with a couple of elements that we had, which seem to be kind of reaching a good resolution, the pre-application process, dispute resolution among them, the IEEE kind of timeline, even though it's going to need more work, and how the other things fit into the other policies that we're doing. So, I'm feeling pretty good about what we're doing. I just know that there's going to be a lot of back and forth going forward. So I'm not going to identify that middle group. You know who you are, but you could send us an email and say, this is the time that I have to devote to it. These are the issues that we've identified on our timeline that I think I can put some effort into. And then we'll assign you into a subgroup or to help supplement the subgroup. Is that a process that seems to work for people? And I'll just say that we're not cutting anybody out really. I mean, the folks who signed up for this will still get the draft of whatever report we get, and we'll have the ability to weigh in on it. We just really want to focus on our effort and your time on being the most effective on this. Any conversation around that point? Am I on mute? No. Okay, then that's how we're going to go. I have about a half a dozen names of people that participated today. I don't know if you're still on, but I've asked Margie to look and make sure that we have contact information because you don't appear on my list, and my list is, I'm working off an old list with a lot of scribbles on it, and we're going to update that list, of course. But there are a few folks that I just didn't recognize your names, and I just want to make sure that we do have the contact information for you. So you'll be hearing from us as well, as long as we have an email for you. And but I presume that since you got here, you've been in contact with us somewhere along the line. Okay. Any other outside business to talk about? I'll just remind you one more time of the upcoming workshops. It's going to be a busy week on the 21st, the IRP, and on the 24th, the community solar projects rulemakings. I would say that both of those are important issues, certainly for the commission and for the utilities, but they may not be your issues. But you know, talk it around. Make sure that the folks in your organizations that care about those things are aware of these things, because certainly in the IRP, there's going to be a different kind of stakeholder process, and which is a little bit more formalized in a rulemaking. And in the community solar, there's going to be a kind of an expedited shareholder process to deal with a lot of policy issues that will be discussed during the workshop. So we are looking for participation through representation of the major groups that represent your interests, whether it's utility groups, whether it's you know, the Renewable Energy Industry Association, the Community Solar Advocates, the Solar Energy Industry Association et al. Don't want to leave anybody out, but to try and narrow that participation so that we can really focus and get things done. This is a somewhat different model where we cast a wide net, and I think it's paying off. So I appreciate that. So that's all I had. You've got your marching orders from Eric. You've got your marching orders from us in terms of a couple of follow-up works and what we expect to see next time. Anybody have any other issues that they would like to bring to the major group?
So Art, it's Margie. I just have two questions. One, whoever is B. Kimbrough on the call, please identify yourself to me at mltatro@earthlink.net. I've asked to make sure we have you on our contact list through the chat, but hadn't heard back from you. So whoever's B. Kimbrough, please contact me with who you are. And my second reminder is please continue to use the OneDrive folders if you're having trouble or you want them materials posted there and you're having trouble accessing, please contact me and I'm happy to get those on there. Thanks, Art.
Okay, and then finally, there's still email issues. So if you feel that you're not getting emails from us, because you should be getting emails from us, reminders of the meetings and the link to the meetings, contact us and we'll figure out how to do it. It might require a secondary email or just there's something in the system that's not working. As I mentioned to people, Microsoft seems to hate apostrophes. And so it mangles my name and then I don't get the emails. So, but I'm not giving up my apostrophe. I'm Irish and I'm stubborn and I'm not giving it up. All right, that's it. We are adjourned at 1:44 p.m.